I trust you've been good, had a poor night's sleep after a good night's work. My name is Boštjan Gorenc Pijama, and I will be your host for the day, well, for the second day in a row. Today, we kickstart our second day of the Digital Education Hackathon main stage event with an international perspective on digital education. So we anticipate to have callings from exciting sites from all over the world. Hopefully, the time difference is not too difficult for them to either hack or have a chat with us, or give a different, maybe even non-European perspective with a focus on the UNESCO regions of the world, which are Africa, Arab states, Asia and the Pacific, Europe and North America, Latin America and the Caribbean. Yesterday, we started hacking on 71 hacking sites with 2,058 participants. And we had call-ins from Brussels, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka, to name just a few. Some of the exciting ideas were, for those of you who weren't watching, the kids in the kindergarten in Brussels were looking for the ways how to use less paper in their games. School kids from Finland were searching for different solutions to sustainability problems, and they were building them with bricks and so on and so on. Another awesome thing that happened yesterday is that the organizer of the event got a splendid idea. And what did they prepare for you? An awesome graffiti. You can see it right there in the background. And later in the evening, we had even more fun with DJ and the light show. So yes, this was our social event yesterday, and today we continue hacking on the 8 themes of the Digital Education Hackathon. Let me remind you which ones we prepared for you. Can technology enhance and promote inclusive digital education? How can we reduce the digital divide? How can we change the way we learn, teach, and assess for learners and citizens to be ready for the digital transformation? How to use digital technologies to offer innovative and effective ways of engaging both teachers and students? How can digital tools improve the learning experience? How can we foster effective use of digital technologies to increase digital skills and competencies? How to promote a digital-first thinking in schools, universities, and institutions? How can emerging digital technologies impact future learning? And how can we better exploit data in education? So if you're a fan of hashtags, I can do it in hashtags for all of you who want to do search on social media. So we discuss hashtag digital skills, hashtag technology, hashtag digital divide, hashtag digital transformation, hashtag learning spaces, hashtag pedagogies, hashtag digital tools, hashtag learning experience, hashtag EU citizenship, hashtag curriculum, and hashtag even more. While we still focus on sustainability and with IRCA's support, hopefully also on delivering technical solutions with the help of the artificial intelligence. Well, today we have the honor to have a very welcome speech, but let me first check if we have everything ready. The connections are on, so yeah, we can do it. We have the honor to have a welcome speech by Margaret Vestager, Executive Vice President of the European Commission for a Europe Fit for the Digital Age, who delivered a visionary speech on digital education and artificial intelligence.
Dear Minister Kuciak, dear participants, thanks for inviting me to this conference. Even if I cannot be with you in person, I'm really happy to be able to share just a few thoughts with you today. Because the only digital transformation that makes sense is the one that has people at its center. And for that, we need education systems that are modern, agile. They must provide our society with the necessary digital skills and literacy to live, to develop, to innovate. This is the reason why the European Commission has launched a structured dialogue at the highest level with member states and with stakeholders. In the next 12 months, we will focus on how to ensure stronger and better improvements in digital education. We take this very seriously, and it is the chance to get it right. If there is one aspect of our lives, well, then it's this that artificial intelligence is likely to change, the way we learn. Just during lockdown, digital technologies has allowed millions of people around the world to continue school, university, training, education in general. There's no doubt that AI allows a personalized education adjusted to your talents and capacities. As a technology, AI has a huge potential to improve our lives. For Europe to miss out, or even to lag behind in such a key technology would be an enormous mistake, with serious consequences for our standard of living and for our place in the world. But as always with technology, there is a flip side of the coin. If AI is likely to get a bigger role in our educational systems, there can also be risks. I see two in particular. First, that many people who don't have the right skills to master the technology, that they are left out of our digital transition. And second, that artificial intelligence poses risks to our fundamental rights, especially when they are combined with personal data. The risk to our fundamental rights, well, you will know if you're never invited to a job interview, because the AI system used to select candidates was built on data that never really saw a profile like yours. This kind of faulty artificial intelligence may lead to discriminations of people, of groups. And this is essential to tackle, especially when it comes to sensitive areas like education, like having a job, being able to provide for yourself. This spring we have adopted our first ever proposal for a legal framework on artificial intelligence. In order to maximize the benefits that AI can bring, but making it happen in a way that is trustworthy and that puts humans in the center. Because if we want to embrace artificial intelligence, we need to trust it. Trust that it will work for us. And that is why our proposed legal framework looks at how AI is used and what it is used for. It takes a proportionate and a risk-based approach. The higher the risk of a specific use of AI, the higher risk it may cause to our lives, the stricter the rules. Uses of AI in education are considered high risk because they interfere with really important aspects of our lives. For example, artificial intelligence used to assess participants when they take admission tests. AI providers in this field will be submitted to strict obligations to ensure that our fundamental values and rights, that they are respected. We also look at the use of AI in specific sectors. We have already announced a Commission expert group on artificial intelligence and data and education, and that will prepare ethical guidelines by September next year. And that leads me to the other risk that I mentioned, the lack of digital skills. To be part of digital transition, we need to understand how digital technologies work and make them work. Educators and students must have a good understanding of AI and data and how it's being used in education and training. And I'm really happy that all member states of the European Union are ambitious in the uptake of artificial intelligence, whether through supporting education reforms, building stronger research capacity, and investment for AI innovators, or promoting data access and sharing for AI. We will, of course, do our best to assist member states in their efforts. I also welcome initiatives such as the Digital Education Hackathon that will take place tomorrow. I hope that we will see groundbreaking ideas that will truly change the game in education. Ladies and gentlemen, the digital transition of our societies, well, is happening right now, right here, as we speak. We have all it takes to make the most of it, but that won't happen without education. Without skilled people that has the confidence and the knowledge to be able to make us trust and use technology. And this requires our full energy, our commitment to take action. Dear Minister Kucek, dear participants, thanks for inviting me to this conference.
Thank you for this address to everyone. And once again, hello to everyone, maybe just tuning in from all over the world. As we've mentioned, we got 71 hackathon sites all over the world. We've had some great calls yesterday. We've heard some great solutions. Few of them were also tackling digital illiteracy and functional illiteracy, the way that people can get to the technology easier and so on. And I'm really looking forward to see all the solutions that our hackers will come to today at the end of the day. But we were getting calls from all over the world, but let us show you now the place where we are calling from to all of you. Let's see, let's just say a few nice, interesting, informative clips about Slovenia, the country we're calling from.
With love and passion, Slovenia is making its mark on world gastronomy. An astonishing 6 chefs were awarded Michelin stars in our first year. From a heart of rebellion to the world's best female chef. From a chef who fashions fish into art, to a skateboarder chef whose creativity ignites when the best local meats strike the grill. From a maestro of red corn and mountain traditions, to a visionary whose mind-altering beef soup stirs memories of childhood. Our cellars yield some of the world's best biodynamic wine. Our famous wind, the Burja, rises from the Adriatic and tumbles toward the Alps. Our forests and fields offer up gifts, and our foragers know how to find them. So when guests come to these finest restaurants, they have a feeling that they've come home. In a land that conjures images of fairies and dragons, meet innovation and ingenuity. We work with nature, and we do so sustainably, the right way. From our back garden to our kitchen to your table, we show our love through cooking, of our land, of nature, of our guests. You can't spell Slovenia without love. Your plate awaits.
We're back at the main stage event of DigiEduHack 2021. I hope you enjoyed the beauties of Slovenia. I hope maybe we even convinced some of you to come and check them out for yourselves. But now we move on to our fireside chat. Forget the science fiction movies and TV series. Also forget the hype. Artificial intelligence is in fact not that intelligence. Even the best and largest language services do not understand what they are reading or writing. If we get frustrated with a computer and scream, but you know what I mean, they still do not know what you mean. Accordingly, we need to demythologize and remove the hype around artificial intelligence so that we can better understand what it can do and where it will fail and where its uses are appropriate. That is why everybody should be familiar with the core concepts of artificial intelligence, and best place to start are primary and secondary schools. But we also need to ensure that artificial intelligence will be used in education for the common good, without undermining student agency or implement surveillance technologies. We move on to our second panel, where we explore with our host Leonard Kucic the idea of artificial intelligence and digital education and how does it work with sustainability. Let me remind what sustainability is by quoting Wikipedia for you. So let's quote. Sustainability is the capacity to endure in a relatively ongoing way across various domains of life. In the 21st century, it refers generally to the capacity for Earth's biosphere and human civilization to coexist. Sustainability has also been described as meeting the needs of the present generation without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. So let's meet our guests. Blaž Zupan is full professor at the University of Ljubljana. He also enjoys building things. His bioinformatics lab develops Orange, a data mining suite with a cool visual programming interface. They are also authors of DigiExpress, a simple gene expression analytics that has found much use within the Dictyostelium research community. Their first popular web application was GenePad. It is over 10 years old, but still runs. And they're teaming up with a spin-off Genialis to build data mining pipelines with simple web interfaces. Wayne Holmes's research interests are in the learning sciences and learning innovations focused on artificial intelligence in education, the application of AI to both enhance and further understand learning, and the ethical and social implications of AI applied in educational contexts. He has co-authored 3 books on AIED, including Artificial Intelligence in Education, Promise and Implications for Teaching and Learning. He leads the UK Parliament's all-party parliamentary group on AI's education task force and consults on AIED for the Portuguese Ministry of Education, the Asia-European Foundation, and UNESCO, including leading UNESCO's policy guidelines for AI in education. He has also been invited to speak about AIED at international events in Brazil, China, Germany, Greece, Japan, Oman, Spain, and the US, and now also in Slovenia. John Shaw Taylor is professor of computational statistics and machine learning at University College London. He has helped to drive a fundamental rebirth in the field of machine learning with applications in novel domains, including computer vision, document classification, and applications in biology and medicine focused on brain scan, immunity, and proteome analysis. He has published over 250 papers and 2 books that have together attracted over 80,000 citations. He has also been instrumental in assembling a series of influential European networks of excellence. The scientific coordination of these projects has influenced a generation of researchers and promoted the widespread uptake of machine learning in both science and industry that we are currently witnessing. He was appointed UNESCO Chair of Artificial Intelligence in November 2018 and is the leading trustee of the UK charity Knowledge for All Foundation, promoting open education and helping to establish a network of AI researchers and practitioners in sub-Saharan Africa. He is the director of the International Research Center on Artificial Intelligence, established under the auspices of UNESCO in Ljubljana, Slovenia. And finally, joining us online, we have Professor Fengchun Miao. He is the chief of the Unit for Technology and Artificial Intelligence in Education at UNESCO. He is leading programs on artificial intelligence and education, ICT in education, policy development, digital skills development for teachers and students, mobile learning, and future e-schools. Highlights of his achievements include leading the organization of 2 international conferences on AI and education, as well as the development and adoption of the Beijing Consensus, the first international consensus on AI and education. He also led the launch and continuous organization of Mobile Learning Week for 9 years and promoting it to be the annual flagship event of UN on the use of technology in education. Finally, another achievement of Functions is the development and adoption of the Tingado Declaration on leveraging ICT to achieve SDG 4. As chief editor, Fengchun published more than 10 important reports or publications, including artificial intelligence and education, guidance for policymakers, ensuring effective distance learning during COVID-19 disruptions, guidance for teachers, and a lifeline to learning, leveraging technology to support education for refugees. I hope I haven't taken all the time allotted for this fireside chat, but we have really special guests. They have achieved a lot, and it's right that you know the people that will be talking. So, Leonard, the floor is yours.
Oh, well, thank you, Boštjan. And the floor, of course, belongs first to the panelists. As you said, they are all great achievers in the field. And maybe we should start this first round with their own take on what are the most interesting and intriguing either technological innovations or activities that they do in the field of digital education. They would really like to maybe introduce for the beginning to give us all some impression on what they're doing in their busy life. So maybe we should start with Mr. Shaw-Taylor.
Is this working okay? Yeah. Well, thank you, Leonard. Yes, so I think perhaps the thing I'll mention first is obviously the Knowledge for All Foundation is very much founded around promoting open education. And this is through a number of activities, but also by bringing technology solutions to assist, such as automatic transcription, automatic subtitling, and cross-lingual subtitling even for educational videos. But I would also like to mention a project that we had running for 3 years, which was funded by the European funding agencies, called X5 Gone, which was around developing access portal for open educational resources, which are now so prolific and widely available across the globe. And indeed, I think many of the hackathon teams will be working on some of the products of the X5 Gone project. But it was something that I think brought together an interesting mix of both the technological, but also an understanding of how to make systems accessible to users. So the human-computer interaction aspects, as well as the educational questions that are relevant to solve. And I think the danger with AI is that because the technology is exciting and new, we might try to solve with it the wrong problem. And I think it's important to understand where AI has strengths and understand how that fits with the domain, in this case, education, and where we can actually see real benefits to be accrued from applying AI in that domain. And I think this is where we need also to educate around an understanding of AI for the general population, and particularly for innovators, to actually enable them to see the potential of AI, but also not to be misled by the hype. And exactly as the introduction said, let's cut through the hype, let's understand what it can do, what it can't, and also what the dangers of its use. And this is very much part of our program at IACAI. We wish to promote that understanding of AI much more broadly, and therefore see the potential realized across the globe, not by us doing stuff, but by encouraging others to see the potential for its application, both in education, but also in all of the sustainable development goals.
So we have to educate the decision makers first, probably. Mr. Miao.
Yeah, okay, it's a good transition to talk about the educating of the policymakers. I joined UNESCO so far for more than 15 years. There are many things we are doing from UNESCO. Millions of things happen every day because we are dealing with 193 member states plus more than 10 association organizations. But one thing I have been doing continuously with any disruption is to work directly with we call it national policymakers in the education system. Since the beginning of my work in UNESCO, I have been supporting directly, not indirectly, so far around 60 countries. And each time when we work with the country, in the very beginning of my career in UNESCO, I decided to change the approach from I call it a butterfly approach to a gardener approach. Because the member states UNESCO is facing is different from the European Commission, it's different from OECD. OECD and the European Commission, I found that very often you don't care about the capacity of the country, because the assumption is that European countries and OECD countries are having a good capacity. That's the assumption. Maybe the truth is different. And then usually OECD, European Commission will publish some report, guidance, and leave it to the country to implement. But for UNESCO, we are facing a lot of the least developed countries. You cannot just give them a recommendation, declaration, document, report, and they will do it. They don't understand. We need to build their capacity. So very often I found that in the very beginning of my work in UNESCO, I found many of the conferences like this, we have a lot of talk, we have a lot of speech, we publish a report, we think we will generate the impact, but actually it's just the butterfly. You fly to one flower, you leave, the flower will never change. So if you want to really make a change, to build an ecosystem, the best way is to act as a gardener. It's very painful. It's much more painful than the butterfly approach, but I was determined to do that. So in a way that every time when we work with a country, we organize the 3-day, 4-day, 5-day, up to 5-day workshop, which means the entire week, starting from the beginning of the Monday until the last minutes of Friday. I work with 20, 30 policymakers from one country, which means the representative from all the departments of basic education, higher education, TVET, planning, finance, teacher training, EMIS. So we work with them, to really talk what's their needs, what's their challenge, and how and whether ICT can play a role, technology can play a role, and what's the role they should play, and how much money they have, what's the readiness of their teachers, their students, and their parents, and also their education manager. And then we develop quite, we call it well-informed policies. And beyond the policy, we help them to develop, we call it a master plan. It's a plan about how to mobilize resources, how to coordinate the cooperation internally and externally, and to ensure that the policy is a policy to be implemented. It's not a paper policy that will be put in the shelves of the minister or prime minister. So I have done this, as I said, for almost 60 countries, and I work directly with more than 1,000 policymakers. And I think I want to see that that's the major job we are doing from UNESCO. For this purpose, we are also producing some intellectual products or documents. And we, so far from 3 areas very quickly, the general and the sector-wide policies on technology in education. And recently, we will produce guidelines on the development of national ICT education policy and master plan. At the same time, we are also focusing on some specific focus areas. For example, we have open educational resources, and we also publish guidelines on the policies regarding the open educational resources. And in April of this year, I co-authored another guideline with Wen. It's the AI and education guidance for policymakers. So it creates a portfolio that could support the policymakers to understand the potential and also the possible risks of use technology in education. And together with the workshops, we hope that we can really support the country. I just want to see this and stop here now.
Thank you. Yeah, as we also discussed yesterday, that even the wealthiest states also faced quite a lot of problems with inequality when it comes to access to basic technology, like the broadband internet or the infrastructure. Mr. Holmes.
Thank you. I'd just like to start by mentioning that I'm very privileged to work with Professor Mao at UNESCO, and we've done some very interesting work together. From my perspective, my role is about trying to get under the hyperbole. The use of AI in education, in digital education, is now huge amounts of funding, as much as a market worth about 6 billion euros over the next few years. So there's some big voices making some very big claims about the way in which artificial intelligence can and is being used. And the problem is that I think a lot of those claims are just not true. And sometimes the direction that those claims are operating in are also not that helpful. So to give you one example, a lot of the developments of tools have been designed to support students directly. Now, however you look at that, that means that the assumption is that these tools can effectively replace a lot of teacher functions. But for me, even if that is true in some sense, and I'm not sure it's true in a big sense, the problem with that is it really doesn't understand how education works, the role of the student, the role of the teacher, the role of students working together. And so actually, this is an example where some big tech companies have, in my opinion, focused in the wrong direction. So instead of developing the tools that they have developed to support students directly, why is there no effort on developing tools to support teachers directly so that they are better able to support their students in more interesting ways? I'll give you another example. During the pandemic, as we know, we saw an awful lot of education move online. And as a consequence of that, a lot of assessment moved online. And we saw a huge increase in the use of automated e-proctoring companies around the world who are using their technologies to ensure that there wasn't any cheating by the students during their exams. But the problem with these tools is that they're intrusive, they often don't work properly and prevent people taking their exams, particularly neurodiverse young people, and they do add to poor mental health. But for me, this is an example of where we've taken an existing educational practice and we have automated it to the best of our ability. Whereas we have the possibility here to look again and to think, well, how do we actually want to assess and accredit our students and their learning? Maybe we can use AI to do that in a completely different way, rather than just trying to automate what we already do. I think I'll pass on at that point.
Thank you. Mr. Zupan, your take on the topic?
Actually, I'll go a bit back, right? So some time ago, maybe like 15, 20 years back, maybe 15 years back, people thought in the classroom that digitizing things are good. They are helping education, right? And so every teacher in primary and secondary school then started to use PowerPoints. And then the quality of the teaching degraded heavily because the PowerPoints are ultimately boring. I remember my son came back, he was in the 5th grade or 6th grade in the elementary school. And he said, oh, you know, we are in 1/3 of the history class. I said, how do you know? Where the teacher has 250 PowerPoint slides and she was at around 80 today, right? That's, so first of all, I would forbid by law using PowerPoints in elementary school. Really, seriously, I would do that if I would be capable of doing that. And this could be the same for AI, right? So there's new technology that can come to the people that don't know how to use it, right? And I think that's very dangerous to the point that I think the teaching is about the relations between the teacher and the student, and not the relation with the student and the AI. In that respect, I think also the teachers, but everybody else should understand what AI is. And I don't think this is happening, right? There is this huge divide that we have these large companies that are using AI today. They know exactly what they're doing and they can manipulate in any way they want to because people don't know what AI is and what machine learning is. And I've been obsessed in the past probably 5-10 years in trying to find out the means how to teach anybody about AI. This is what my lab is now doing. We think we have developed a tool that can help us. And we tested this on, I don't know, about 100 different workshops, some of them really short, like maybe half an hour, an hour, after which people can go out and do some machine learning on their own. And they try to understand, I mean, I think they learn about this technology and maybe understand better what these big tech companies can do and why they're dangerous as well. Because I think we should understand what AI does because that's the technology of this century. And it's also one of the most dangerous technologies around, and it can severely impact democracy and can actually increase the divide that we have in this world. So I've been working on that, and maybe we're going to talk some more on that. And I'm happy that we have in mind of starting different kinds of collaborations, including with some of the people here at this panel. Thanks.
Well, thank you. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've all raised at least two, let's say, different points in a way. First is how to teach about the AI and uses of AI. And then the second one is how to use AI in order to assist both students and teachers and to actually achieve better outcomes. But if we stay with Mr. Zupan and go for this first question, like, yeah, what should everybody know about AI? Because as we also said, it's important to educate educators, decision makers, and every decision maker sooner or later has to go to school or went to school when he was young. So what do you think that should be like a takeaway for pretty much everybody today about AI?
I think some people should know about some basic concepts about AI, right? So AI is, I don't know, AI is not it's a complicated technology, right? I don't know, take John's book on support vector machines, probably just a few people in the world can actually read it. There are so many equations there, right? Sorry, John.
Or you can read, but AI, hard to understand.
Yeah, but behind AI, but the concepts are very simple, right? It's just like some number crunching and the basic ideas about what machine learning can do and how it does. This is simple, actually. So I shouldn't, I mean, I would go to the boring side if I stay like 10 different concepts from AI that we can teach easily, right? But just to say they are simple enough to be presented to anybody in a couple of hours, such that they understand what this technology can do. So I'm not saying how, right? But at least to know what you can do with the technology. Like, and basically what AI today does, right? And this is sort of sad because AI was such an interesting field in back 50 years back with many more ideas. And now it's just like you have the data and then you build some models and you use it in a predictive way. I don't know if I'm right, John, but it's like, it's been more exciting before and now it's boring. So it's not, I know it's not, but so concepts, basically, I mean, like, I don't know, you open, so you probably open the hood of the car, right? Lately? So it looks very complex to me, right? It didn't look like this 20 years back when the cars were simple, but now you open it and it's at least because you know the concepts, you know that somewhere there's an engine, right? There's an accumulator somewhere, right? There's a fan that does something, right? So you know some of the basic concepts, right? And nobody knows. I mean, if you go on the street in Ljubljana and you say how Google works, nobody knows, right? So we have to master some of the basic concepts there in order to gain some knowledge, right? We're never going to be mechanics. I'm never going to be able to change anything in my car, right? But at least I know what's there in principle.
But do you know, because today you can't really see the engine. There's just, you know, a loose plastic cube with a brand of a car, and that's pretty much it.
I think
yeah.
you at least have the idea what should be there, right? And I think you know. I mean, if you spend,
Yeah, I know.
I did that. I opened the hood of my car and I was trying to figure out what is there, right? After a few minutes, I have some idea, right? I know that I shouldn't touch anything, but
Mr. Schauteller, I mean, I've already also, if I say read some of your books, it's maybe an overstatement. I mean, because when it comes to basic concept, I understand, but when it comes to equations, my math is just too short for that. So how would you explain, as Blaž said, your book in a, let's say, 5-hour class for everybody to understand the basic concepts?
Yeah, I really endorse what Blaž was saying. And maybe I use an analogy that I kind of have mentioned on it on a couple of occasions. And I think it's useful perhaps as a perspective. And there's this concept that's been introduced by psychologists, which is known as the theory of mind, which is an ability that humans have to understand how other humans are working and thinking, to anticipate their questions to some extent, their behavior, to read into small gestures. Oh, this person's bored with what I'm saying. I'm thinking, you know, maybe I should cut short that. Maybe there's something he's not quite understanding, or that I should somehow explain in more detail. So this theory of mind is something that we build through our childhood and adolescence. And if we fail, people who fail to develop that skill have a real challenge working in society. They can be very, very intelligent and yet still find it very hard to operate in the world. So this is a very important ability. And it's something that I should say is very complex. It's something that AI could no way match at present, because there's so many signals that have to be integrated. So humans have this ability. Everyone, not everyone, but very vast majority of humans have this ability. Now, we should have that same ability for artificial minds. We should be able to understand how artificial intelligence is operating, and we don't. As Blaž rightly said, we don't. We don't have that ability to kind of read into what Google is delivering to us, how that was arrived at, understanding where that comes from, and how we might either approach Google in a different way, but also understand how Google might be in some way influencing us. And so we would read into the response from Google, and I don't want to put Google on the spot here, any AI, Facebook, whichever, the company that is using AI in whatever way is using that AI to deliver us something. And they're doing it to try to give us a service. So it's not necessarily, or I would not claim not malicious, but it may have effects that are not beneficial, as we've seen, I think, in cases where information bubbles are created and people start to believe stories that are fed to them repeatedly, which have no basis in fact. So this is the kind of situation where we need to understand what the AI is doing, why it's doing it, and we can then navigate in this more complex world. And I have no doubt that humans have the ability to do it, as Blaž said, and we just need to give them the right understanding, the right insight in order for them to be able to do that. And I know you asked me the question, what is that? How should we do that? I think I won't try to answer that question, but I do believe that this is something that we need to start very seriously working on. And as Blaž said, his system is a very good launch for that approach.
It just crossed my mind that maybe some of you should write a future bestseller, like a popular psychology book on AI. That could be interesting in addressing those issues. Mr. Holmes.
Well, what my colleagues have talked about is really, for me, is only half the story. It's necessary, it's really critically important, and I believe that all young people should have the opportunity to understand these concepts, to understand these challenges, etc. But AI has kind of crossed the Rubicon. It's different in many ways to previous digital technologies because it has the appearance of being intelligent, because it has the appearance of being in control. So I'm actually going to steal your metaphor about the combustion engine because I think it's brilliant. But I think one of the things I think is important and interesting about it is that I think it's really important that young people understand the combustion engine and how it uses petrol, how it uses oil, and therefore how it is making a major contribution to climate change.
Mm-hmm.
So in other words, whenever we think of a technology, but particularly an AI-based technology, we really have to think about the human impact. What does this mean for ordinary people? You know, be it in terms of jobs, be it in terms of the things that John was talking about, the amplification of fake news, being it around issues around privacy, data protection, be it around ownership of data. In education, one of the areas that's rarely talked about is actually choice of pedagogy. So when we apply AI, well, all AI to an extent is applied in one domain or another. And while there are many things, the ethical considerations of AI cross all of these, each independent application, it also depends on the domain. So the application of AI in health has similarities with, but some fundamental differences with AI applied with autonomous cars, or indeed AI applied with education. And so education, you know, we've talked about the ethics of education for 2 millennia. It's not a subject that hasn't been discussed in great depth, but one of these issues is around pedagogy, how we choose, how we intend, how we approach teaching and learning. And the problem is that a lot of the technologies we have today in AI have adopted a very behaviorist instructionist approach and have ignored lots of the different interesting ways that have developed over the past 60 years, such as project-based and collaborative learning, etc. So the point I'm making is that that kind of issue, that human choice about which pedagogy we believe as educators, as professionals, are appropriate to support teaching and learning of our students is itself a choice and therefore has to be considered. So to reiterate, I think talking about the technical aspects, the concepts, and the things that John was talking about, the theory of mind, all of that's fundamentally important and should be part of the story, but it's only half the story. We need to also think about the impact of these technologies on humans and how we as humans stay in control. I'll leave you with just one thought. We often hear the phrase that AI should have a human in the loop.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I like the logic of that, but I actually think it's round the wrong way. In my opinion, we should have humans and we should have artificial intelligence in the loop.
You also, one very important point that you're making, just so that if we talk about cars with combustion engines, of course, we open this thing about, you know, selling cars and the environment and everything. But when the car becomes autonomous or connected, we are also entering the data economy, which has its own rules. And maybe it's also an important point that if we ask ourselves, in which business model are we in when we're talking about digital education? Are we still in the, I won't say business, but is our purpose still to make the best outcome in education, or we have also entered, as Ms. Shoshana Zuba would say, surveillance capitalism? So which economies are we in when we talk digital education? Maybe Professor Miao, because you're sort of in this whole intersection of all the issues that we've raised so far.
Yeah, first of all, I agree with all the other panelists about the appendix. I think we need to bring in some new concepts to understand how human will interact with the technology, especially a brand new and transformative form of technology, which is the artificial intelligence. I think one of the philosophic concept that we need to consider is kind of a social contract. I think we need to start from a social contract in terms of how human can interact with the machine. What's the relationship between human and the machine, and at the same time, how we are, understanding. I also want to bring in another concept is the entirety. I agree with Wen that we always talk that we should build an ecosystem around technology. It's wrong. We should build technology as one part of the ecosystem that is around the human. And especially when we look at the futures of the world and the futures of education, we have a concept that we should not take a human as a superior species on the earth, because we have destroyed this earth. And we should put ourselves as a objectivity of the entire planet, and to understand how we should interact with the other people, with the other part of the world, with the planet. So with this, we need to understand really how human can bring to UNESCO, what kind of potential can bring to human, what kind of potential they can bring to human, and what we can ensure that. In terms of the social contract, I think we need to think of two parts. The one part is that as a social contract, in terms of ensure AI as a common good for human, we need to reform the law, because we all understand that AI is a new form of property. And it's a property, but it's a new form of property, because AI is relying on data. Data is it can be copied. It's different from the traditional property. We have a land, we have an apartment. You have only one apartment, but the data can be copied, can be transferred to the other part of the platform. So, and it's more invisible compared to the physical property. And if it has its new features, we need to understand how we should reform the laws and regulations that were developed to protect the personal or individual property in the history 200 years ago. Now we have a new form of property. The law need to be reformed to protect us. It's not the individual's accountability to do that. There's institutional accountability. When we talk about the privacy, the ethics, there's, first of all, is the institutional accountability to protect a human individual from becoming a victim of the AI. And then we come back to your question, how individuals should be prepared to understand the impact of AI. It's our value. And actually, we are working here. You know that UNESCO, in 1 week of time, we will release the UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of AI. It talks about how we should understand AI from the entire life cycle of AI, from the design of the algorithm to the collection and the processing of the data, to the deployment of the physical AI tools, and to the monitoring and evaluation of the use of AI until the end of the AI, including the updating of the algorithm and updating the collection of the data, also until the termination of one AI tools. We need to understand what's the implications of AI on our life, through the entire life cycle of the AI. For this purpose, we are also developing a program, as you mentioned. We are mapping. We call it government-endorsed AI curriculums worldwide. We finished the survey, and we distribute a survey to 193 countries, and we only found around 5 to 6 countries that really developed and implemented government endorsed AI curriculum for school education, which means for primary and secondary schools. Which means, while we are talking about the importance of understanding AI, the government also are talking about that, but they are not taking actions. They are not taking actions. And I don't know it's fortunate or unfortunate. The most active AI curriculum so far have been driven by the commercial companies, not driven by the governments. So I want to share this opinion. And for this, we really need to develop all the individuals from kindergarten, from primary and secondary schools about three things: the values about AI, what AI should do or what AI should not do, what we should do with the AI, what we should not do with the AI. And this is the values. Secondly, of course, knowledge about AI, about algorithm, about data, as the other panelists that were talking. It's the knowledge. All people need to understand a basic knowledge about AI. And the third one is skill. Everybody need to understand the basic skill about operating the AI tools. But if possible, everybody may need to understand the basic knowledge about all the basic skills of the programmings and codings. So we are thinking of this kind of AI competency. So I think in general, we need to think 2 layers: institutional accountability, individual accountability, and we need to think of the social contract we need to build. We call it a new social contract we need to build for the futures. And that's really is moving towards what when started to mention, we call it a digital humanism. We are heading towards a digital humanism. What it mean for us, for individuals? What it mean for the digital society? And it is a very long-term implications. I don't think even the academic cycle has paid enough attention to that. So I also want to use this opportunity to call on more attention to the digital humanism and digital society, and take that one as a context to look at the implication of AI on our individual. Over, back to you.
Yeah, well, that's another important point, that a lot of data has already been privatized, and the biggest data sets or the largest data sets are privately owned. And yeah, when it comes to open access, open data, and open development, we have quite a lot to do and should not rely only on their goodwill. But maybe if I take something from yesterday's panel, and if we maybe go to more practical ideas, yesterday's speakers said that they would kind of enjoy if the AI would enable learning experience to become so enjoyable and so immersive as Netflix. So they would kind of enjoy to binge and to binge educate themselves. Some of you are both educators and are being educated. So maybe, Mr. Zupan, what would you, maybe in 5 years, or what would be your ideal classroom? Either if you were the student, if you would like to upgrade or update yourself on something, or you would like to have the tools to actually give some of your knowledge to students. What would be your nightmare and what would be your dream classroom in, I don't know, hypothetically 5 to 10 years?
I don't know. Just a note, right? I don't think Netflix has a good interface and an enjoyable interface. I mean, I go there almost every second day, and I'm having problems on finding anything useful there. So just as a note, right? To have a tool as enjoyable as Netflix would be a major nightmare. Sorry. I don't know. It's probably because of my age, right? I would like to have a classroom with not too many students, being somewhere in the nature, not in enclosed spaces, not in formal spaces, and then work on the problems with the students, and do not have too much support from any AI. Just, I mean,
sounds like Greek philosophers.
Sorry.
Sounds like almost like Greek philosophers' dream.
Yeah, I have to tell you that I enjoy the classrooms that are where I have a lot of discussions. The most enjoyable classrooms are where I start to lecture and then somebody asks something and then the lecture goes completely the other way, where I planned, right? There are none of my notes are there, right? They're just like discussions and questions, and I don't know how that could be. I mean, we go back to where we started. I don't know how. I mean, maybe we expect too much from the AI. AI is not currently in position to actually replace teachers in any way. In any way. I agree that maybe AI in the loop is a good idea, right? Somebody has to tell me how exactly, right? Sometimes I heard your lecture about the grading, right? And then you also told us that, well, if AI will grade something, right, then the teachers will never learn what the students do, right? So even for that, right? I probably didn't give you any good answer, but I would enjoy, in 5 years, I hope I would enjoy just being a teacher and I don't know, talking with students and not having too much technology around.
But basically what you're saying is that now what we know about Facebook files is this, that the recommendation engine at this point is making more harm than good. So, so AI should not be, at least in education, should not be focused on reinforcing your beliefs, but basically you would like to dismantle this recommendation engine as it is.
Right? This is where you start to enjoy, where students are creative, they ask questions. I enjoy my lectures when I come from the lectures and I have maybe 1 or 2 or 3 new ideas that I never thought about, right? And that happens quite often in the good lectures. So we professors, right, get the ideas for the students when lecturing. That's the best outcome of the lecture that I can have.
Mr. Holmes?
I couldn't agree with that more. I think, you know, for me, the classroom of the future, in my ideal, I can't see this happening, by the way. And the reason it doesn't happen is because education is like a super tanker, and to make it shift direction is incredibly challenging. You know, you think 15 months ago, because of the pandemic, because of schools shutting, there was conference after conference where people were saying, this is going to be the new education. Everything's going to change. And everyone was very excited. And here we are nearly 2 years later, and everything's back as it was. I mean, there are some differences, I accept, but generally speaking, the major thrust is pretty much as it was. So for me, if my ideal, then the classroom of the future wouldn't exist as a classroom. It would be about people working together. So for example, the way that we strand students in schools by age, well, what's that all about? That made sense, you know, decades ago, but why does it still make sense? I think it's about using modern ideas, project-based learning, collaborative learning, and using AI tools when they're helpful to do the particular task in hand. So for example, if you're working in nature and you're looking at classifying plants or whatever, then some AI tools can help that process. And that can be really very, very interesting. So I'm not saying we shouldn't have AI there. Of course we should, but it's how we use it that's really important. I think the other thing I'd like to say, and this is you know, perhaps a little bit dangerous for many of the audience listening, but students are not necessarily the best judges of the best way forward for them to engage in learning. Do I want to listen to them? Absolutely. And do I learn from them in my own teaching? Absolutely. Fundamentally important. But we need to have a communication. Educators are professionals. We have experience about the best ways to learn, the best ways to organize, the best ways to engage. And so it needs to have those two parties, the educators on the one hand and the students on the other hand, coming together to work out, well, how can we do this in really exciting ways? And there's lots of potential here and lots of examples around the world where people are doing some amazing things. But it's by bringing these things together, educators, students, and appropriate digital technologies as and when they can really help.
Mr. Schotter, maybe a conceptual question for you, because what do we see so far, mostly, I'm generalizing, of course, but we see AI being this reinforcer of your kind of, you know, closed feedback loops. And as the previous two speakers mentioned, learning process or any creative process is just not about staying and reinforcing your beliefs, but need to be somehow, you know, to be open to noise, to new ideas. Can existing systems be used in such a way to actually open new opportunities and not just close us in our loops?
So I think there are many ways in which AI can be used. And I think the idea that it's going to generate novel insights and novel ways of doing things is probably the last on the list. Now, I'm not saying it can't happen. I mean, for example, AlphaGo, you know, the AI-driven Go playing game that has defeated the world champion and so on, has inspired Go players with new insights. So it is the case that AI in that particular application was able to generate a particular technique that perhaps Go players had not previously seen. But I think that's the, you know, almost like the exception that proves the rule, if you know that expression. What I do, though, think, I don't think we should, coming back to your question a little bit about the intrusive surveillance ideas, the fact that our data has been used and misused, we might say, for learning what we want to hear and delivering it to us, I don't think we should see that particular use case as saying we shouldn't collect data or we shouldn't learn from observing data. What's wrong with that application is that it's actually being used to try to turn us, you know, to keep us engaged with a particular portal or whatever it is. And we have to remember in those portals, essentially we're the workers in some sense, being paid in kind by giving us content that keeps us happy. The people who are actually paying for the portal are the people who are advertising through it. So they're the customers. We're not the customers. We're kind of, you know, paid in kind workers effectively of these portals. Now, so the sort of the setup is in some sense skewed. Whereas I think if we were to say, look, let's study, you know, from data that we might collect from classrooms, from interaction in educational settings, about what it is that actually enhances people's experience of learning, maybe AI could actually deliver some interesting insights. These would be insights that might cut across classical theories of education, perhaps, or might reinforce them. Who knows? I mean, this is the question. But I think data-driven science is very, very powerful tool that we should be bringing to bear on our understanding of education and what will be enhancing people's experience in education. And I think these are, and then the classroom of the future, yes, what should it maybe what we would like it to see. Perhaps we can create, again, I completely endorse what's being said. This is going to involve a teacher, but tools for teachers that will actually make it easier for them to reach that point where the students become creative and the discussion opens up, exactly as Baj was saying, which I completely agree with. To some extent, you know, what does it mean to understand something? How does that process happen? What is it that humans feel when they understand something? We certainly haven't reached the point where AI understands anything. So, you know, we don't understand understanding yet. And I think perhaps AI can help us at least learn what it isn't, and perhaps get an insight into what it is.
Mr. Miao, do you also see such trends? I mean, the first idea when it comes to AI, if you're a business or even if you're a state, you want to optimize the existing processes to make it more effective, more efficient, cheaper. But here we're talking about something completely different. Can this trend or this idea of how to use AI be reversed for common good?
To me, it must be reversed because we are in the wrong direction. Because as the previous panelist mentioned, you know, all the direction that the commercial provider for AI tools are focusing is that they try to recognize our habits, our style, sure, and put ourselves in the chamber, in the box that we can. What we should use AI is what John said, is to open the box, to inspire the creativity. It's not to confine us confine student into the box, because it's the opposite direction we should take for education. We should go back to two very fundamental points about education, about learning. The first one is the learning science. As John mentioned, what's the, because my background is psychology, cognitive science, what's really behind the learning science, our learning process? I don't believe enjoyable learning, because no big breakthrough was made based on fans. No pains, no gains. Skill is the law. If you want to have a theoretical breakthrough, ask Jean. When he wrote the book, if you want to write a good book, can he, play a dance and write a book? I don't believe that. We need to respect the cognitive process and also the natures of different subjects. And AI can really inspire us, because AI can analyze the learning behaviors. It's not to profile the content. The AI should be used to really analyze student learning behavior, especially to diagnose the learning problems, especially the psychological problem, analyzing the cognitions of the new concepts and understanding. Especially another one is that so far the AI is focusing on low order thinking skills, or we call it a low skill task unit. The AI should target more and more on the high order thinking and high skill task unit, rather than how to memorize factual knowledge. It is really to analyze why these people is more creative than me, and then to inform me, inspire me. I think that the algorithm should focus on that. So that's one part of the learning, or we call it, we need to respect the learning science. The other one is the nature, is the nature of the education, as all mentioned, that the nature of school, the nature of classroom, the nature of education is more about the social interaction. It's not only about the memorization or transition of knowledge. If it's only a talk about transition of knowledge, school will not exist. We in the report, UNESCO's report on the future of education, one of the point is that why school is unique, because school is the site where the student can interact with other people, can develop their social value. It's not only to acquire knowledge. So for this purpose, AI should never undermine humans' agency, and never undermine humans' interaction. I agree that we should never think that we use AI to replace teachers. So the AI rather should detect the effect. We can use the effect detection to really detect the student. What I can see is that it's not to use AI to make student happy. It's rather to take out the elements that may make them to have some negative mood. We can diagnose why you have this effect and how AI can help them. So in a way that if you ask me to talk about the trends, I think AI really should become the challenger of student, inspirer of the student, meaning that AI, especially the narrow AI in certain subjects, really can do much better than human, and they can inspire our intelligence development and our creativity in certain tasks based on the project-based learning, which means AI become individualized peers for project-based learning, for student creativity. For example, if AI can develop the music, how they analyze the piece of music, and then what kind of new theory they found, they can inspire the young students, the young learners to learn music maybe faster, maybe in a completely different way. I think that's the direction, that's the trends, about how we should use, we call it the futures of AI to enable the futures of learning. So I want to, conclude here. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We only have time for one brief round, but it's I want to conclude with a very political and maybe provocative question, because we also know that according to at least critical theories or theorists, the education system is always one of the ideological apparatuses of whoever is in power. And if we refer to Mr. Harari, he's doing quite, a lot of talks in trying to warn us that maybe AI does not need to be that much better than ourselves, but it's enough if the AI knows us 5% better than we know ourselves, and we're highly vulnerable and can be manipulated in very behavioristic ways. Is that scenario realistic, or how can we prevent such a, let's say, asymmetry of information between me as an individual and the almighty data-driven AI? Maybe just a quick tour to all of you, maybe Blaž.
It's a difficult question for a quick
I know.
So the first question is, can AI be in some way smarter than us? For
5% smarter.
Yes,
Yeah.
I think definitely. And already, I think that there are some decisions that people make, like, I don't know, kids going to which university to go. I think Google would better answer that question now already. And I think it doesn't answer because it would scare people not to use Google anymore. That's the only reason, right? How to prevent it? I think the problem is not AI, but data. I think we should think about who owns the data and how is it used. Currently, all the data is accumulated in these large companies, and this is going wrong. I think we should regulate that and think about, not think about that strong about AI, but think about where data is and who's the owner. And because the one who's going to own the data is going to have all the power. And I think we need to think about that.
Mr. Shaw-Taylor?
Sorry, yes. Yes, a quick thought on this. I mean, one is, I think there's one thing that AI is nowhere close, and in my view, perhaps will never understand, and that is that we experience. So we are beings who actually experience sensations and live in this world. In that sense, AI does not. AI crunches data, which is a very different thing, in my view. It's a philosophical point, perhaps. But I think that gives us, in some way, the edge. You know, we can have an intention. But I absolutely think that, as Blaž said, the point is there that AI can read to some extent our thinking and also nudge us in ways. And so I come back to what we were saying earlier in this discussion. We need to educate people about what AI can do, a theory of the artificial mind, an understanding of how artificial intelligence operates, and then they will be empowered to understand where they could be manipulated, and they can make the decisions that they intend, which are those that will hopefully be for the benefit of everyone.
Mr. Holmes?
Well, I'm not very good at predicting what's going to happen, so I won't do that. But what I will say is I'd like to shift the way we think about this a little bit, because I think if we compare AI and humans, it's like comparing two races are divided by a sea. And actually, AI can only function with humans. So humans have to collect the data, decide what the data is, clean the data. They have to curate the data. They have to interpret the output of the AI. So I don't think we should think about AI as separate from humans. So the question is, can humans supported by AI be 5% smarter than humans without AI? Then I think probably yes. But I don't think it's one or the other. And just to pick up on the data thing, I think this is fundamentally important. You know, we've mentioned data a lot in this chat. In education, in particular, and John was saying, you know, we're the consumer, we're the producers, sorry, of the data, and that's exactly what happens. So, you know, we have thousands of children who are engaging with these systems, and if they were writing books, if they were writing songs, we would say, well, that's their intellectual property. But somehow they're not writing; they're writing data, which is representing their interaction with the system. It's representing their creativity when they're engaging with the problems on the screen. So why don't the students own the intellectual property of that? Why is it okay for the companies to say, no, that's ours, and we're going to monetize that in different ways? And it's not just in particular schools. It also happens globally. where because of the dominance of the big tech companies, entire countries are seeing their data disappear out of their shores. They can't use it. They can't monetize it. They can't build AI models on it because that data is long gone. So I think it's really important that we think about, as was mentioned earlier, about how we think about data, who owns it, and who has the right to exploit it in different ways.
Yeah, thank you. And finally, Mr. Miao.
Yeah, very quickly, I think to me, AI definitely based on a little bit smarter analysis of data could become an advisor for the future. But I think it's more meaningful to use AI to help the system level decision making, which means how to use AI to support the decision of the education system and to support the policymakers' decision making and planning, especially about how to distribute resources and allocate resources, because any individual's decision about the future will be confined in the institutional context, which is confined by the social resources and the natural resources. We cannot go beyond the natural resources and the social resources to decide our future. So for this, I think what I can say is that one of the trends could be the data-informed human decision on the resource allocation, resource distribution, and also the provision of public service in education. So it's more at the still policy planning and resource planning level. So that's what I can see. I cannot see much future of using data to inform the individual decision about the future. What career I can choose, which university I can choose. I don't see much of these trends at this moment. Maybe I'm naive, but that's my thinking at this moment. Over.
Well, thank you all. Thank you all for joining us and for coming to this panel. And thank you to all participants who were watching us. So that was our second digital education panel. And I hope we'll see or meet soon in, well, IRCAI or in some other event. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
of the DigiEduHack 2021, and thank you for all the participants in our Fireside chat for all the insights that they gave us. As you know, we are following our international identity and inclusiveness, and so we now have our first international speaker from the African region. Oreolua Lesi is the founder and executive director of the Women's Technology Empowerment Center, a nonprofit organization committed to building a more inclusive technology ecosystem. She has designed high-quality programming for over 31,000 girls and women, many of whom have been inspired to pursue science, engineering, or technology careers. In her 10-minute invited talk, Oreolua will reveal how to engage girls and women in STEM activities and to what extent digital education can help make this happen. So, Oreolua, I think we have you online.
Hi.
Hello, hello, welcome, and good day from Slovenia. And what should I say then? The stage or the screen is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello from sunny and hot Nigeria. And my name is Oreolua, as I've been introduced. It's a pleasure to be here and to speak to all of you. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about my work with the Women's Technology Empowerment Center, how we work with girls and women, and why I personally do what I do. So I think, first of all, I would like our audience, people out there, to think about the following inventions. Think about the coffee filter, the electric fridge, a life raft, car heater, medical syringe, windshield wiper, and even the wireless transmission technology. Think the earliest form of the Wi-Fi. And what do they all have in common? Some of you may have guessed, or maybe some of you haven't, but they were all invented by women. Now, this probably goes against everything that you have thought about or been told about women's participation in science, in technology, in engineering, and maths, popularly known as STEM. Maybe you don't know very many women who are working in STEM or studying STEM. And that's not surprising. I mean, given the figures that we hear, given the portrayals of who a scientist is, a technologist or an engineer is, especially in popular culture. So let's look at some figures. So of all the university students across the world studying STEM subjects, only 35% are women, according to UNESCO. In Nigeria, where I live, only 15% of engineering and technology degrees are obtained by women. 40% of science degrees are obtained by women. So you can see that women are definitely in the minority when it comes to studying STEM degrees. If we look at the world of work, only 20% of technology startups globally are founded by women. So, I mean, that's a pretty dire situation. And this gap happens for all sorts of reasons. It could be stereotypes. So when you look at an engineer in maybe a TV show you're watching or a film, it's changing now, but usually, especially over the last, how many 150 years, it's usually been a man. Then, so this I think causes a lot of girls to think that, well, maybe sciences are not for me. So a lot of girls don't have many role models in the STEM field. And there's a saying that, you can't be what, you can't see. In general, women and girls are harder on themselves when it comes to assessing how good they are at something. So for instance, a boy could get maybe 75, 80% in a maths test and think, wow, I did really well. A girl could get 90% and wonder what happened to the other 10 marks. How come I didn't do better? So, I mean, sometimes that can also be a barrier in girls wanting to study STEM courses because they just think that they're just not as good. And in general, there's also very limited perception about who can do well and be successful in STEM courses, then you have to be a certain way. Maybe you have to be that person who likes to work on their own, or that person who's antisocial, or you have to be extremely smart. There's also a limited idea of what the careers are all about. Sometimes people just think, oh, STEM, you're working in a lab, or you're programming, or it involves a lot of physical work. And all this, nothing could be further from the truth, because there's a wide variety of career options in STEM. You just think there's science, there's technology, there's engineering and maths. Even in tech, there's so many different types of jobs. Chances are, if you like figuring things out, you like puzzles, and I mean, for the young people here, you're here at a hackathon. So that means that you do like logic, you like analyzing, you like solving problems. And with those skills, I mean, you'll definitely find your place in STEM. So my job is to show girls and women that there is a place for them in STEM. And I do this in a number of ways. So my organization, WTech, hosts camps every year. So technology and science engineering camps, where we have girls who are between the ages of 11 to 17. And they're coming and they're learning just not about using technology, but really how to build, how to create, how to shape. They're looking at problems in their society and they're thinking, how can I solve this using technology? How can I solve this using science? That's really exciting. We continue this work in our after school club. So we have schools, we're working with schools and we're running clubs in once a week. And we have a very engaging and interactive curriculum where the girls are also able to create things. So that's mostly based on technology. So they're programming, they're building robots, and they're building robots out of things that they have in their environment. It could be like scraps of wires, it could be pieces of wood, it could be trash, and they're building things that are solving problems. So for instance, one big problem we have here in Nigeria is lack of electricity. And so some of our girls, have decided that they're going to build a solar-powered radio, or a power bank, which they can use to charge their phones and other small devices. And, and when it works, I mean, they get so excited, So that's one of the ways that my organization is showing girls and young women, how valuable and the difference that STEM makes in their day-to-day lives. We also connect girls and young women with mentors. So professional women who are already working in STEM. So for instance, if we have a young woman in university who is studying electrical engineering, we can connect her to a woman who is working as an electrical engineer so that she can have a sense of what really being an engineer is all about. Because sometimes when we're growing up, we have a certain idea like, oh, I think being an engineer would be like this, but the reality may be different. And the more information you have, the better choices you're able to make, for yourselves, and thinking about, what could I be good at? Would I be good at that? Yeah, okay, maybe. What kind of subjects do I need to study that course? Then research is very, very important. Research, helps you know how big the problem is, how wide, and then you can also identify maybe gaps in previous programs. So my organization is one of many that works with girls and women, and we all have our different approaches. So we may find that some are focusing on primary school. So that's young people between 5 years old to 10. Some may be working at a different, age level. Some may be working with women who are in the workplace. But research helps you know where the gaps are. You can see, how well we're doing in terms of closing that gender gap, what needs to be done. So my organization, puts a lot of time and effort into collecting data and measuring the outcomes of the programs that we're running. Then we also connect the girls and women we work with work experience. And that is really, really important, because it's one thing to learn maybe how to write a line of programming in Python. It's another thing to actually have to use it in a useful sense in the workplace. And that's when, you really get to improve your skills. So we provide internship opportunities for young women and girls, especially those who, come and study, in our programs. And we also try to connect them with other technology and engineering companies so that they can get a taste of what it's like to actually work in that field. And so you may like it from, the theoretical point of view, but when you actually, get into the workplace, you may realize that, oh, I actually really love this. And I think this is what I want to do. Or actually, no, this is not for me. You might ask why I do all this. And it's because I was once a girl who really had no clue about what I wanted to do with my life. I loved writing, I loved reading, and I was really good at maths. And I couldn't connect that to a career. Like, how do I translate what I'm good at to what I want to do, for the rest of my life? And that was also another problem, I think. I thought that, my career had to be one thing for the rest of my life, because that's what I saw a lot of adults around me doing. And I didn't have access to computer science classes in school. So that really wasn't an option for me until I finished high school and I was waiting to go into university, and I decided to attend a computer school near me. And that's when I learned how to write programs in BASIC and COBOL. I'm sure a lot of the young people here are like, what's BASIC? What's COBOL? But those are, programming languages from, well, maybe like 2-3 decades or 4 decades ago. But the fantastic thing about BASIC is that, it's basically like English. And so you can write and you can understand what you're writing. And then when you run the program and you see it doing what you actually wanted it to do, it's so exciting. And from that point, like a whole new world of possibilities opened up for me. And that happened because I attended a computer school. It was outside of the formal educational system, and it was a short program. It was 6 months. But based on that, I realized that computers and technology are something that I could do. And so it's really important, I think, for young people today, that we have more opportunities than ever to get information, to learn. There's the internet. And so it's possible to, for instance, watch YouTube videos on a day in the life of a biochemist, a day in the life of a physicist. And you start to put together information on what, these different jobs entail and whether that would be a good match for you. You can also connect with experts and mentors online, which I certainly did. And they were also able to provide really useful guidance for me in terms of thinking about the next steps in my career. So that's possible too. I know that there are different online groups that work with young people and where you can find mentors, especially maybe science and technology-based organizations. Of course, with the internet, you can also learn as well. There are lots of open courses, free courses that you can also, get a sense of, okay, I think what's data science all about? And then you can take a free course and you can figure out if this is something that you would like to do, at least for the next few years. And so the numbers are changing slowly in terms of bringing more women into the STEM workplace. So the first woman who won a Nobel Prize, that's Marie Curie, said, "I was taught that the way of progress was neither swift nor easy." And so if each young woman who's here is committed to learning more about science and technology, and if each young man who's here is also committed to encouraging and supporting the young women in their lives, I think we can all start to contribute towards creating a world where we can see more successful women working, studying, and thriving in STEM. And it will no longer be a big deal to see a woman in STEM. So it's been my pleasure to share with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Orolua, for all your words and experience. And of course, I can totally connect working with BASIC, with logo. I was showing my kid logo and he said, "Oh yeah, the turtle, you use the turtle. That's like the mouse." No, it's not like the mouse. You have it on screen. You don't use mouse. But for the kids, it's basically just an animal somewhere in the computer ecosystem. And now we are moving on to the Arab States region speaker, Gihan Osman, who is joining us from the American University in Cairo. Gihan is an assistant professor at the Instructional Design and Technology Graduate School of Education at the American University in Cairo. Gihan has a long-standing experience in researching education technologies, especially in the field of educational reform and change management. In this 10-minute invited talk, Gihan will shed light upon various emerging technologies used in education and how this can come in handy for learner-centered distance education. Hello.
Hi. Thank you for having me here. It's very interesting. I've been listening to all the talks and I'm really excited about all these discussions. I'm actually going to talk a little bit about digital education and what it holds for promise in my region, and what the pandemic taught us and how it relates to AI. So it's slightly different than the introduction, but so today I'm connecting through my hotspot on my phone because the internet in my institution is not very reliable today. And so that might be a good introduction to what I'll be talking about. I'll share my screen just because it helps me remember important things. And I come from the Arab world, which people think of as a very homogeneous area of the world, but it actually is not. It has a lot of variation in terms of wealth. So there are countries that are quite affluent and thereby have very advanced infrastructure and computer capabilities. And there are countries that have very little of that. And Egypt, the country from where I come, is somewhere in the middle. And so the Arab world has about 350, the population is 350 million. And we have a very young population and quite high unemployment. So when we think of sustainability and a sustainable future, we definitely need to consider ICTs and the digital education as part of that to enhance unemployment, but also to increase opportunities for education. And so, yes, definitely, when we think of digital education and AI, I can think of many things that would be very empowering. So, for example, in Egypt, in a public school, a teacher normally has like 100 students in the class. So that is a huge number. And if you are lecturing at a public university, you have between 1,000 and 3,000 students in your lecture hall, which of course, like there is no personalization or learner-centeredness in all that. I cannot even imagine how they do it. And so when I think of digital education and AI and things like that, I could get excited. And I could say, yeah, we could get educated everywhere. More young people would have access to quality education, and we could have personalized learning. And so many things. The teachers would have an AI tutor to help them with all these numbers, and they could easily adapt the curriculum to students' needs, and so on and so forth. So a lot of exciting opportunities. But how does it look like in reality? And so the pandemic was a very good moment in time to think about that. And the pandemic, of course, took the world by shock, and definitely the Arab world. And it looked very promising for a moment that there was a huge interest in MOOCs. And as you can see, some of the numbers, an increase in 1 million students, 500% increase in Coursera, and so on and so forth. So it looked very positive. And in a way, suddenly everybody was ready to go online, it seemed, after huge rejection of anything that involves online learning. And policymakers started discussing accepting online learning as a modality, expecting non-traditional ways of education. And teachers were suddenly willing to consider new ways of teaching. So in one way, it looked very promising, but that was not the whole picture. And so countries varied dramatically in terms of what they did during the pandemic. So some went online And others discovered that this is not feasible and resorted to TV instruction or radio instruction or nothing at all. And so the experience in the Arab world, you had someone from the Sudan who said, there was no education for me. And someone from Bahrain who said, it was fantastic, easy, I really benefited. So you had this huge variation. And we discovered that during that period, there was actually amplified inequality. So whether you, all the groups you can think of, refugees, females versus males, people with disability, people in remote areas, people in rural areas, all these were really hit by the pandemic because there was no infrastructure to support such a move. And so as you can see, the internet penetration varies dramatically in the Arab world, with dark orange being, high internet penetration and the lighter colors showing less of that. Again, you see the variation between a country like the United Arab Emirates in terms of the speed and a country like Iraq. Many people do not have computers at home. The most popular technology is mobile phones, and there's definitely an issue with internet. In some places, where females were given less access to technology during that period, and so they were marginalized. Something that became very obvious during the pandemic is that teachers are not qualified to teach using digital technologies and online learning, let alone artificial intelligence. That is something that we cannot even start to think of. And so suddenly people were like, how do I do this? How do I go online? And a colleague of mine and from computer science and myself, we started using, doing an AI-driven recommender system to help teachers find solutions on how they teach online. And this is something that we did during the pandemic, trying to simulate, how you could get them to speed with that. And when it was a long research project, and we finally came up with a prototype that we tried out, which was pretty successful, but teachers said, we need a human to tell us how, to give us all the necessary details. So that was interesting. And so there are multiple ways really that we are even trying to introduce public school teachers to the basics of digital integration. And so in the Arab world, although we have, possibilities and opportunities for all this advanced technology, but the majority, I think we still have to work on the basics of infrastructure, of teacher qualification, of digital skills, and access, and so on and so forth. So I just wanted you to get an idea. I see, the integration of digital technologies as an opportunity to really shuffle things around dramatically in terms of what we focus on in our education, in terms of what happens in the classroom, where we learn, the seamless, transition from formal to informal. So I see a lot happening that should be less incremental. There's a lot that needs to be done in terms of policy and training and professional development before we can see, things like AI as part of our systems, despite their fantastic potential. So I think that kind of gives you a glimpse of some of the things that happened and that we discovered during the pandemic, and where we need to move forward.
Well, thank you, Gihan, for your insight on the topic. Although, yes, this wasn't the title that I have read. It was really interesting and useful. So thank you very much. And now we are moving on to the Asian and Pacific region. Aditya Iyer is a pizza lover, and when he's not having pizza, he's obsessing about the future of global education. He has written a best-selling book titled The Great Indian Obsession, The Untold Story of India's Engineers, where he describes engineering as what could be India's fifth biggest religion. His upcoming book is supposed to be a secret, and he wouldn't tell us more about it. So in a 10-minute invited talk, he will delve into how education systems have evolved in the recent past and sharing his take on the continuously increasing use of artificial intelligence in education. Aditya will answer the question, what can humans do? Hello to India.
Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction.
Yeah, and the screen is yours.
Yeah. So, yeah, as you know, if you are patient enough to listen to my talk, there's a little photo I'm going to share of myself that I haven't shared with a lot of people before. So you're going to get to see that, and also a little bit about my story that I haven't really shared with a lot of people. So here we are. I'm going to take you through my story, and in the process, share some observations. So I'm just going to play a small little game with you. I'm just going to take you through a bunch of seemingly random Indian celebrities, and you have to guess what all of them have in common. You may not know them, but that's okay. So here's a very popular Bollywood actress. Then we have this veteran Indian politician. And then, of course, this globally acclaimed Indian economist. And I don't know how many of you all are cricket lovers, probably not many there in Europe. But he's also a veteran Indian bowler, cricketer. So what all of them have in common, I mean, what could possibly all of a media personality and an economist and a sports person and a politician in any country have in common, right? Okay, just India. But anyway, when we're talking about these particular individuals, what all of them have in common, they're all engineers. They're all engineers by education. In fact, they aren't really alone. Ever since our independence in 1947, India has about 0 Nobel laureates in science. The US has 200 plus. India has produced around 35 gold medal, Olympic medals tally till date, and China produced 100 in the 2008 games alone. However, there is something, at least till one point, I don't know the latest data, at least till one point, till around 2015, 2016, India produced more engineers annually than the US and China combined. So that's how crazy Indians are with engineering. Now, who am I and what's my story? So I essentially spent my initial years of growing in Saudi Arabia. And then my parents packed me back to Bombay, my hometown, Mumbai in India, in lieu of better education. And in school, I made 2 big mistakes. Okay, so the first mistake of my life was I was good at studies. The second mistake of my life was I was particularly good at math. Now, I don't know in your part of the world, but in India, this is a recipe to commit a third mistake, which is you get enrolled into engineering school, which is what I did. And in engineering school, I kind of realized early on, it's not my thing. It's like, I don't know where I was and what I was doing. So I began to explore. I began to explore life, trying to find myself. In the process, I founded a t-shirt startup when I was still in campus. And I was listed as, for the startup, I was listed as one of India's top student entrepreneurs. Then I essentially moved to the Silicon Valley of India, which actually has more engineers than, twice or thrice more engineers than the Silicon Valley in the US does. Bangalore. And in Bangalore, I was essentially selling chai or tea, as some of you all may know it as, which is actually India's second most consumed beverage after water. So I was selling chai, and in Bangalore, I realized most of the customers who would come and talk to me at the store, they were all engineers, most of them. And they were not just engineers, they were engineers frustrated with their lives. 1 in 20 IT employee in Bangalore contemplates suicide at some point of his life. So that's how crazy the entire engineering story was. So I said, you know what? I quit my job selling chai. And I said, I should unravel this phenomenon, right? How did such a diverse country like India become so obsessed with one thing, engineering? So I quit my job. In the process, I raised around $14,000 on Kickstarter, which at that point made the book as the highest crowdfunded book in India and 6th highest from Asia. And I took all that money. And I traveled across India extensively, did a lot of research, spoke to a lot of people, and eventually compiled my findings in the form of a book called The Great Indian Obsession. So over the next couple of minutes, I'm just going to quickly take you through some of these stories and then tell you about a very interesting moment in my life. So something interesting happened in the world on 4th of October 1957, 7:28 p.m. What exactly happened was the Soviets launched the first human satellite in space, and the Americans lost their shit. Right? They said a Cold War happened, the space war happened, and they said we want to do better than the Soviets. So there was a space war between the Soviets and the Americans. And in India, there were a lot of engineers, but they were frustrated, and a lot of smart engineers, and they were frustrated with kind of the socialist setup in India back then. So they wanted to move out. And they had two choices. They could either go to our BFF, as they call these days, the Soviets, or they could go to America, with whom we didn't have the best of relations back then. But something interesting happened. Most Indians actually migrated to the US. That's because of something very interesting, English, because we were familiar with English and because the British had kind of, taken over, and because we were acquainted with English, I think most Indians became comfortable going to the US. And that kind of set the pace. The first batch of Indian engineers who went to the US did extremely well for themselves, for America, and kind of set the way for a lot of other engineers to come. Today, as we know, Microsoft, the CEO of Microsoft is an engineer actually from India. The CEO of Google is an engineer from India. So next is this, you should probably research on these group of institutes in India called the Indian Institute of Technology. And I'm going to tell you how Americans in their TV show actually introduced the IITs to their citizens. They said that we import oil from Saudi Arabia, cars from Japan, television from Korea, and whiskey from Scotland. What do we import from India? We import people, some really, really smart people. And most of these people are actually graduates of the Indian Institute of Technology, or the IITs as they know. So IITs are crazy. Okay, Indian parents are obsessed with sending their kids to IIT. Children prepare for these exams from the 6th grade onward. They're probably 10 and 12, and they're supposed to give the exam 6 years ahead in their life, but they keep preparing for years and years just to get into this institution. It's one of the most competitive exams on planet. To get into an IIT, your chances of getting into IIT are lesser than 2%. And if you compare that with the Harvard and the Oxfords of the world, it's around 5 to 6%. So it's crazy what these institutes have done to kind of propagate the entire obsession in India. Of course, these are just to tell you the kind of things that happen in this country when people are preparing for engineering colleges or for the IITs. This is from one of the student hostels that I kind of managed to get entry into. So these kids are not allowed to leave the hostel for 2 years. They are jailed inside the hostel. They cannot talk to anyone. Their phones are confiscated. Only on their birthdays and very specific days are they allowed to talk to their parents, right? If the world was to collapse, if the aliens were to invade us, these kids wouldn't know, because for 2 years, they're just going to be locked inside this room studying for engineering exams, right? These are some of the inscriptions that are found on the wall. And of course, there is also murder. I was in the city, interestingly, and I came to know that there are a lot of teachers who kind of shot each other dead just so that they can get more and more students to study in their institute and prepare for engineering classes. It's absolutely chaos. There is love, romance, murder, everything that, it's like a Bollywood potboiler, this entire obsession we Indians have with engineering. And of course, every obsession has kind of a dark side to it. India has one of the highest youth suicide rates in the world, right? Around 20 kids kill themselves per day, and 90% of these kids kill themselves because of academic pressure alone. So yeah, that's the unfortunate reality of this obsession. And of course, I think this is something that would interest, I think, global audience. One of the root causes of this crazy obsession and unhealthy obsession that Indians have is the schools. Now, if you not just the schools in India, if you look at majority of the schools in the world, they were designed 400 years ago. They were designed by the British Empire because the empire essentially ruled the planet, and they needed 3 kinds of people. So they needed educated donkeys. So they needed clerks, they needed factory workers, they needed military personnel. And what are the skill sets required for these people, right? You cannot be creative. You have to follow instructions. So how do you create such educated donkeys? So they came up with a very fantastic system that did the job called the schools. Right, and the school is actually modeled on the factory. If you look at it, right from how you pass out, etc., etc. So most school systems in the world are actually around more than 400 years old. So I wrote the book called The Great Indian Obsession. Look it up. The book became a bestseller. Next thing, I gave a TED talk, which kind of went viral, has roughly 4 million views, thousands of comments, and I found myself traveling across the world, talking to at different campuses. But there was a problem. I didn't know. There were a lot of questions for me, but I didn't have answers. All I knew is that artificial intelligence taking over the world. Everything that we thought once humans could do, artificial intelligence is doing it much better, right? From composing music to writing books, you won't believe it. Artificial intelligence, they're writing fantastic books, right? So the fundamental question I had in my mind is, what is it that humans can do? What is it that only humans can do? So a lot of things happened. I actually ended up meeting an ancient and mysterious man and got acquainted to a whole different world, a whole different science. And I moved to a monastery in southern India where I essentially lived for 3 years. And in those 3 years, I could have a first-hand glimpse of what is it that only humans are capable of doing and not bots. Some of them are absolutely freakish. I don't want to touch upon them right now. Maybe you can hit me up and I'll be happy to chat with you. But it's crazy. If I tell you the kind of things that human body and the human mind is capable of doing, it's mind-blowing. It makes for a sci-fi movie. The photo that I promised to you, this is from those days when I was actually in the monastery. I haven't really shared this with a lot of people. So in quick, I think that is a quick story of mine on how I ended up from trying to figure out what is it that humans can do, right? Trying to figure out how is it that our education system should be designed. And then eventually to 3 years of my life that essentially I haven't really spoken about to a lot of people, but that's what my upcoming book essentially is about. And with that, I'd like to end my presentation. This is my website and my email address. Feel free to reach out to me at any time. I'd be happy to chat with you. And all I can tell you is that I think we are probably in one of the most exciting phases in human history. And if we have a lot of like-minded people coming together, we can make great things happen. Thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you so much for having me over. It's wonderful chatting with you guys. And I hope this is just the start of many things that we'd be doing together.
Thank you very much, Aditya. Thank you for your story and also for sharing that picture, since being one of the first in the world to see it. Now it's time for us to go somewhere in the world and connect with a challenge. First, we'll travel to Germany and connect with Daniel. Hello, Daniel. We're waiting for the connection to clear.
Hello from Berlin.
Hello. Guten Tag, Daniel.
Hi.
Hi, so how is your challenge going?
Well, it's really a challenge in a sense that it's challenging, to be honest, at least because we had a digital event, or we have a digital event, and it's fairly difficult to get participants engaged. But anyway, we got somewhere. So I'm sharing my screen. We are actually trying to solve a very important issue, and that's illiteracy, so that children in different parts of the world, but also in Germany and Europe, have difficulties with reading. And that was our very concrete challenge to solve.
Yeah, we are seeing your screen now. You can just tell us something about it.
Good. So essentially, the challenge is called DigiEdu Primer. Primer is the first book which a child gets when she or he comes to school. There's a slight inspiration from science fiction book called Diamond Age. And we are actually trying to build in a long run assistant adaptive AI system, a personalized one, which looks like a book. And we needed some help. So we organized this hackathon. And we didn't have so many participants, but those who stayed with us and those who still are with us did some nice jobs. So I can maybe present you one of those results.
Yes,
and I
please.
pass that to Jo. I hope you will hear him. He's from Sweden.
Hello, I'm Jo. You are now muted. I hope you can hear me. As part of the larger concept of the primer, this learning device, that is adapting itself to a child. We focused on building a small part of this larger picture, which is a game for learning the letter sounds. So the game, if you go back to the game, Daniel, the next slide, we have a demo of how it works. So the child starts playing the game, and then every time she finds a letter, she hears the corresponding sound. So that's the purpose of the game, that over time, through repetition, the child will eventually learn how sounds correspond to letters. And by playing this game over and over and over, they will eventually learn them and store this in memory. So next slide.
Okay.
The innovation part.
Yo.
So there, Daniel talked about this. The primer does not look the same for all children, because when a child opens the primer, this digital tool or this digital book, the book learns to recognize each child and adapts itself to the needs of every single child. So one child opening this game on the tablet or the book or the device would look different from another child opening it, because the primer and its intelligent system keeps track of what one child knows and what another child knows in a different way, and then automatically adapts itself to each individual. So that's the innovation. All the components that form part of this larger primer concept know to speak to each other. So we have some components that are for teaching concepts like letter sounds. Then we have other types of apps that are for assessing that they actually learned those concepts. And every time a child opens one of these smaller components, the primer knows what's happening and tells all the other components that now you should update because the child learned something new. Now you should adapt to the up-to-date needs of that child. So this is the core concept of the primer when teaching how to read.
Okay, so now,
You are now unmuted.
now I take the word back to Berlin. So that was one of the participants of the DigiEdu Primer Challenge, organized from Berlin Open Lab and Einstein Center Digital Future. And yeah, we'll see where we'll get from here. I hope it was not the last time we are organizing this, and I hope next time it will be a real hackathon with physical presence. It makes a huge difference if you meet people in a physical space.
I think we're all hoping for such hackathons to be able to be held in near future. So thank you, Daniel, and auf Wiedersehen to Germany, and good luck for the end of your challenge. And now, if my sources are correct, we're going to Geneva, where we meet Lucy. Lucy, hello. What is your challenge today, or shall I say these 2 days?
Hi, nice to see you, and greetings from the globeethics.net team and all of our network and those who've joined us for this challenge. We're challenge number 41. It's not too late to join. It's happening right now. And during the day, there are 2 other slots, workshops where teams can jump in. And our challenge is all about learning for the future, leaving no one behind. And we're looking for models and practices in higher education that are based on ethics, and to build bridges across gaps and to empower those who are marginalized, to provide access to education infrastructures and resources, leveraging technology meaningfully for inclusive, equitable, and diverse learning that will shape tomorrow's world. That's a really long description, but the basis is that we want to include people. We want to leave no one behind. And we've got people from all over the world. We've got a workshop going on right now with 25 people, and we've got about a total of 70 or so taking part so far. And they're working on creating answers to this challenge to include people who are differently abled, who don't have access. The digital gap is so real. And so this is what we're trying to solve today.
Have you already come to maybe any conclusions that or ideas that you can share with us as a preliminary results of your workshops?
I'm going to say wait and see, because we just started. Watch this space. We've got the people behind me here. They were all with us yesterday. We were framing the challenge. This is new for us. It's the first time we're doing it. So we're getting used to it. But I do believe, the conversations were fantastic. And I think we're going to come up with something really interesting to share with everybody.
Thank you very much, Lucy. And as we've said, you're the challenge number 41. And if anyone wants to join you, they can jump in for the workshop. Thank you very much. And all the best to Geneva.
Thank you so much. All the best, everybody.
Thank you. Bye. And we go now to Niema Mushiri, an assistant teaching professor of computer science and engineering at UC San Diego, where he researches viral phylogenetics. However, compared to the average professor, he's definitely a step ahead when it comes to the use of digital technologies in education. For the computer courses he's giving, Niema develops massive adaptive interactive texts, or MATES. That sounds a bit Australian. In this invited talk, he will therefore enlighten us how this technology will allow us to make groundbreaking transformations in our current educational systems. And he will do all that while he's sleeping, since it's 3 a.m. in California right now.
Hello, everybody. My name is Niema Mushiri, and I'm an assistant teaching professor in the Computer Science and Engineering Department at the University of California, San Diego. My talk today will be titled Transforming Education Through Massive Adaptive Interactive Texts. And before I begin, I want to share with you one of my favorite quotes that helps motivate how I design pedagogy. Specifically, this quote by John Holt is the following: "Learning is not the product of teaching. Learning is the product of the activity of learners." And this motivates my topic for today: massive adaptive interactive texts, or MATES as we sometimes call them. A MATE is essentially an online text that has auto-graded challenges. These challenges could be coding, they could be multiple choice, they could be math, any types of challenges that the student can engage with. They're interactive in that the student can actually solve these challenges directly in the text. So rather than having to go to a separate platform for assessment, the assessments are embedded directly within the learning process of the text. So here I have one such example from an introductory programming course that I've developed in the past. In this MATE, I have a challenge where the student has to implement this pattern count function. This was a coding class, so if you're not familiar with coding, that's totally fine. Essentially, the student is given two strings, text and pattern, and the user has to find all instances where pattern is a substring of text, and the student has to implement this function. The beauty of the MATE is that the student can actually implement this function directly within the text. So even coding can be done directly within this interactive text. It has to be adaptive. So the MATE has to be able to adapt to the learner's specific misconceptions. So returning to that previous example that I showed you, where the student has to find all occurrences of pattern as a substring of text, imagine that the student makes a small little bug. So here, you might not be able to catch this just from a glance, but essentially, the student is missing the very last possible scenario. So if pattern happens to show up at the very end of text, the student would miss it. So this is one specific misconception. Essentially, the student is not recognizing that this function range is exclusive at the end. What that means, don't worry about it, but essentially this is a common misconception in introductory Python programming courses. And rather than having the student get this question wrong and try to kind of bang their head against the wall figuring out what actually went wrong, my MATE can actually give adaptive feedback tailored to this specific misconception. So here, the autograder, instead of just telling the user, you got this question wrong. It's actually telling them you are failing to account for a pattern occurring at the end of text. So the user gets very specific feedback to their unique misconception. A mate has to also be massive. That's what the M stands for. So it has to be able to support a large number of learners. And the goal of this is to really make education accessible to people all over the world, regardless of if they're enrolled in a university course, regardless of any means that they might have. Put the education into the hands of the many. And in some of the mates that I've developed, we have upwards of tens of thousands or even almost 100,000 students in some of the courses. So we can really massively scale education through the use of these mates. In addition to revolutionizing online learning, mates are also extremely helpful in the physical classroom. And specifically, they enable instructors to flip their classrooms. So on the right, I'm showing a pyramid representing Bloom's taxonomy. And what I can do is, as I offer this course over multiple iterations of offerings, I can design assessments and design challenges that really cater to specific misconceptions that I anticipate students will have based on common misconceptions from the past. And I can keep iterating on this so that in the future, I can then revise the interactive text to include new challenges based on new misconceptions that students encounter. Basically, I can use this mate to flip my in-person classrooms. At home, the student will work on coding, numerical, multiple choice, or free response challenges completely at their own pace as they're reading the interactive text. And then hopefully, if I've designed my challenges well enough, they'll encounter some misconceptions at some point, and then when they come to class the next day, we can spend the entire valuable time that they have with me really honing in on misconception triggering problems. I really want to hone in on the specific learning breakdowns that these students encountered. And I'm able to do this in smaller group settings to really engage the students. So when I develop my mates, I try to take an inquiry-based learning approach. Rather than just presenting the content out of nowhere, I try to drive the content using situation-driven and engaging scenarios. So what I try to do is whatever concept that I'm introducing, I try to first introduce the real-world problem that this concept will address. I don't insert the concept yet. I just show here is a real-world problem that I want to solve. And then I motivate the concept that I'm teaching using that real-world example. I also try to promote discovery learning. So essentially, students benefit twofold when they find the solution on their own. Not only do they have a stronger fundamental understanding of the solution, but they also have an improved perception of their own abilities to solve problems of this nature in the future. So rather than just telling the student whatever I'm trying to teach them, I try to pose it as these incremental problems and try to have the student discover the concept on their own. Lastly, I try to make learning fun and accessible. So no matter how passionate we as instructors might be about whatever topic that we're teaching, these learning objectives are rarely very interesting on their own. But they can become interesting if we pose them as compelling problems. So instead of just telling the students the raw instructional content, what if we pose them as interesting puzzles or interesting stories? So in my own teaching, in the mates that I develop, I try to use stories, jokes, puns, anything that I can do to make the learning a bit more enjoyable. I don't want the student to feel like they're reading a textbook. I want the student to feel like they're sitting with me and I'm telling them a story one-on-one. If you want to check out an example, I have this data structures and active learning approach mate that you can access via edX. It's a great example, in my opinion, of what things are possible using a mate. So I hope this talk has helped motivate why mates are useful, not only to bring online learning to the masses, but also to flip traditional classrooms and in general be a useful resource in all types of learning. So I hope that you will consider developing mates in your own courses in the future. Thank you.
very much, Nima, for your presentation. And now we're tuning in again to a place of hackathon, and we're returning to Karachi in Pakistan and to Amna, who was here with us yesterday. Hello, Amna.
Hello.
Hello. So yesterday you said you were just preparing, thinking about stuff. Can you present us with some ideas that you have come to during your hackathon?
Okay, yes. So some of the ideas that we've been seeing our participants share. So right now we have 10 teams that have been formed, and they all have been working throughout the design thinking steps to create a problem statement and to create their how might be, their user personas, their prototyping right now. And also they're going to have a workshop on thinking like an entrepreneur soon. So some of the ideas that I would like to share, they've created on the challenge making digital literacy accessible for all. Some of them are focusing on young people, especially those who are using social media frequently. Some are focusing on elderly people, some are focusing on young disadvantaged girls from rural areas, and some are focusing on people with cognitive disability. So we have like a diverse range of target audiences that the teams have focused to take on for the challenge. So I'm really excited to see their final products, which they will be showing us and demonstrating during a small demo day that we've organized for our own challenge. And then the team from that demo day will be marked as the challenge winner from our side and then proceed to the global round. So they are excited for that as well.
Oh, great. So how was the night? Did you get a good night's sleep, or were you hacking away at the questions all night?
Yeah, I did get a good night's sleep, but I slept a bit late. Yesterday it was like 11:30 when I got off from my computer. So yeah, I know that like when in terms of hackathons and when you're organizing and single-handedly organizing, there are lots of things to do, but it's like worth it. For me, I think it's worth it, the experience and the positive responses that the participants share with me. Put aside all of the, sleepless nights and the stress that comes when you're organizing. So it's worth it.
Well, Amna, thank you for calling in. I wish you, all of you participating in your hackathon, a lot of energy. And of course, best of luck with implementing your ideas.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amna. Bye. And now we have another talk. Tail Amil is a researcher at NIED University of Campinas, where he coordinates the UNESCO Chair in Open Education. He has previously been a visiting fellow at the University of Wollongong and a visiting professor at Utah State University. He currently conducts research funded by FAPESP and CAPES on schooling and teacher professional development at the intersection of open education, educational technology, and school improvement. Enough of the introduction, and I'm handing the screen away to you.
Hello, good morning.
I think we have some problem. Can you unmute yourself? Are you? Oh, you are unmuted, but we're not getting sound.
There we go. Is it?
Oh, now it's working. Great.
Wonderful. So yeah, the usual video conference problems of every single conference we've done. So Zoom is controlling my sound. So keep slowing.
Yeah, just take your time and maybe do
Yeah,
some adjustments.
I think Zoom is kind of controlling.
Yeah. That's the adjust the audio function, which everybody hates.
Yeah. Well, I think it's settled.
We're still having some technical difficulties, so the sound is still missing, but I hope we can do it. So if you're watching us, just hang by, stand by.
Let's see. So Zoom was controlling my sound. Now I can uncontrol it. It keeps lowering when I speak. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, that's great now. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. No, it was telling me I was speaking too loud, which is probably true. So thank you. I know it's a very short talk, so I will get straight to it. We've had a really great event so far, and a lot of people talking about the future of technologies and the adoption of new technologies. And I was asked to provide somewhat of a Latin American or South American perspective on digital education and the moment that we are now and in the future. And we're worried people. We're people that worry a lot about things. And so I want to share a little bit of this worry with you, and try to provide some of an angle of what's happening in our region of the world, and some of the things that are worrying us right now with digital education, especially in this COVID and post-COVID moment. And what I'd like to share with you is some data that we just launched about a month and a half ago, which talks a bit about how we've managed to go through the past few years in terms of digital education in the region. And it's called the Education Under Surveillance Project, taking the cue from the idea of surveillance capitalism, but the idea of who's controlling the technological systems that we use for digital education. And as an open educator, and this is sort of why I'm here, we worry a lot about this, because oftentimes when we talk about open education, we talk about things that people consider to be fairly soft, not in a negative sense, but soft in the sense of pedagogical concerns, didactical concerns, being an open educator in terms of practice. But we often forget the aspects that are more technical, which are incredibly relevant. We often joke that when decisions get made in terms of policy for educational technology, they put the educators on one floor and they put the technicians on another, and then people make separate decisions. And so for educators, it's really important to think about what are the tools that we're using, what are the systems that we're using, and how do they impact our practice? Because these things are not disconnected. There's no separation between the idea of education and the idea of technology, especially today. So this Education Under Vigilance project is available in 3 languages: English, Portuguese, and Spanish. But I just wanted to show you one screen, which I think is kind of a summary of what's happening in our region today, and I think kind of exemplifies what worries us. This is a map of South America that shows every single higher education institution we could map, which I think we're pretty good at doing. The public higher education institution, and it shows which of these institutions are associated with a couple of big companies that are associated with the idea of this surveillance capitalism, which are Google and Microsoft. And the reason this map is kind of shocking to us and important is because it shows what we've seen as a trend from other data, that is this massive adoption of these big commercial platforms that are really hungry for data. And we've talked a lot about data during the DigiEduHack, and how powerful data can be to make decisions, to create inferences, to profile, to provide personalization. And a lot of what's happening in this space in South America is being given away through these free services to major corporations. And this is a big concern, especially if you look at some countries that have not only made partnerships with some of these corporations, but where there is very little left for the public. If you look at a country like Peru, you can see that only about 2 institutions in the country have their own control over their own infrastructure for communications in their universities, and that should kind of worry us a bit. Not that public and private partnerships are a problem, but a lot of times what we see is this idea for open educators that we can use whatever tools are available to us, we can use whatever is available, and whatever is available is good as long as we put it online. But as the panel said yesterday, and Ms. Zainab from UNESCO mentioned, we're getting to get a better understanding between the difference between what is truly open and what is free. And what we see in our scenario in South America is an increasing encroachment in terms of higher education and basic education as well, of major corporations that are interested in offering free services with this guise of open. It's kind of like an open washing, making it feel like it's open just because it's online, but really it's a privately controlled system that really hogs data and information to provide marketable services, whatever form, either software improvement or even advertising and whatever else. So as open educators, we're really concerned with the future of what digital education will bring to the region in terms of who will control these technologies, who will be able to make decisions about these technologies, and where are these institutions going to go in the future in terms of their technological apparatus. This impacts how we provide services to students, teachers, and faculty. It impacts their privacy, impacts the kinds of systems that we teach and learn from. And it impacts, I think, what is a major goal of these institutions, which is to know about and provide knowledge in terms of IT infrastructure and the like. A lot of the things that happen in these services are also very much controlled. These are not open spaces where you can, hack around the technology and create things. These are very controlled systems. And as a platform, as a service model, this leaves very limited control to the institutions. And so just thinking about this as an open educator, if we think about what we can do as open educators, we have to really pay close attention to the kind of technologies that are being used at our institutions. And what we've been trying to do here is to create a completely different system, which is based on a federation of institutions. We call it the Free Choice Project in a loose translation, the Escolha Livre Project, which is to get institutions that are public to federate their systems, their IT infrastructure, so that we can create a massive infrastructure that is public, that allows people to work with free and open source software in a way that we can kind of circumvent this idea of getting free services that eventually we have to pay for. This is, I think, a major concern in other parts of the world as well. It's particularly problematic for open educators who are interested in working within the framework of open licensing and open software and this kind of open ethic of what open educators should do. And so I would encourage anybody that's really interested in the space of open education and is also involved with, I think, the DigiEduHack and AI in general, to pay attention to this scenario around the world and try to make an effort to think about what kinds of tools do we use and how does this intersect with our practice as educators. That's kind of a short message. I ate a little bit of my time in the beginning. If I have a little bit more time, I'll talk more. If not, thanks for the opportunity.
Are waiting, but first let us just check a quick stop motion movie of the making of the mural, of the graffiti that you can see behind me and which was used in a great light show at yesterday's social event. Okay, so you can see the artist drawing the graffiti, or should I say painting. This type of graffiti is really great because it was made together with the video operator, with VJ and light DJ, because they then used it as a screen for a great light show. So all those lines are really, really premeditated so that the light show was possible. And you can see the finishing touches on the screen, and now it is behind us. And this is the end of the first part of today's main stage event of DigiEduHack here in Ljubljana 2021. If someone lost the count of the years, we will continue with lunch break, and we'll meet again at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Central European time. So 1 hour and 20 minutes forward in time, whatever your time zone is. And also we have some Slido questions for you. So I think you'll see the QR code now, which you can scan, or you just go to slide.do, and it's 777-333. Yes, I remember the number 777-333. So my brain is still working. Or was it the artificial intelligence somewhere behind my ears that was helping me? So enjoy your lunch break, get some energy for the finishing run of the DigiEduHack 2021. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the last part of the main stage event here in Ljubljana of the DigiEduHack 2021. I hope you had a great lunch. I hope you will still be able to think, to hack at the problems that you've posed yourself and come to great solutions. We've heard from all over the world during those 2 days that we've been hanging together, and we will still have some people calling in. So I'm excited to hear what our participants all around the world are suggesting, are thinking. If you forgot, we got 2,085 or 2,058 participants hacking at 71 different challenges. And now it's the time for another invited talk. In this 20-minute invited talk, 2 guests will join us. Do-Hyun Kim leads a team of data scientists in GIGA, a joint initiative between UNICEF and the UN's International Telecommunication Union, focusing on the use of geospatial data and advanced data science technologies such as artificial intelligence and machine learning. Meanwhile, Sahan Bulatwela is a researcher at the UCL Center for Artificial Intelligence, where he focuses on improving educational contents to lifelong learners. Now, in this talk, the focus will lie on something which is indispensable for digital education across the globe, connecting every school to the internet. Do-Hyun says that in order to plan the operations to provide internet connectivity to schools, first, we need accurate information of the locations of schools and where schools don't have internet connections. As one of the efforts to collect the accurate school location data, they have been conducting tests using high-resolution optical satellite imagery and artificial intelligence. After that first part, Sahan will present the data sets that the International Research Center on Artificial Intelligence, together with the European Commission, managed to prepare for you. The data is available on IRCAI's GitHub, and the descriptions are on the IRCAI website. So, hello, welcome, Do-Hyun, and the stage, or should I say the screen, is yours.
Okay, thank you for the nice introduction. Again, my name is Do-Hyun Kim, lead data scientist at GIGA Initiative. I'm working with my team members at the data science team at GIGA, Ike Madwaku and Shilpa Arora. GIGA Initiative, as I briefly introduced, is a joint initiative between UNICEF and ITU, and we are aiming at providing the internet connectivity to every school in the world. So let me briefly introduce about the GIGA and our, especially about our AI applications for locating the school locations in the world. So right now, almost half of humanity does not have the internet access, which means that almost half of the human population is excluded from the opportunity and the possibility that the internet can provide to us. And compared to the other half of the population which has access to internet, they have less opportunity to grow and be educated, and probably will end up having not good jobs in the future. So to resolve this digital divide, we determined to provide internet connectivity to every school and thus every student in the world. So there are different phases of the GIGA to support this operation. So first of all, we are trying to map every school in the world and identify the possible and potential connectivity gaps within those schools. And at the same time, we are trying to build the financial framework to support this operation to connect the schools to the internet. So based on this framework and being supported by the maps that we built, we are working with the private and public partners to actually connect the schools to the internet. And finally, we are hoping to empower those schools and students and people in these locations with the provision of the digital public goods and enhanced opportunity to the access to digital contents. So today we're gonna talk mostly about the mapping effort that we are making at our end. So we have been working to collect the location information of the schools from the partner countries of the GIGA. So first of all, we have been working with governments and Ministry of Education and also UNICEF country offices to collect the official school location information. And also, we are working together some of the publicly available data set. For example, we are gathering the information of the school location from OpenStreetMap and from other publicly available data sources. And finally, we supplement all those efforts with the development and application of the AI and machine learning based method applied on the high resolution satellite imagery. So, so far, we have achieved mapping 1 million school location mapped. And then we have populated those information in the Project Connect.world website that we are building and enhancing. So you can check the status of the current project progresses in this website. So let me talk more in details about our previous and current efforts using the AI and machine learning algorithms and the satellite imagery to map the school locations. So using this AI and machine learning to detect the schools from the satellite imagery is not actually that easy as it probably sounds. As you can see in the right corner in the satellite imagery, there are very many different types of the schools and school buildings, even within one country. So you are actually seeing the different types of the school buildings from Colombia, where we had a pilot project in developing this AI algorithm. One of the reasons that this is very difficult is when it says school, this is a type of the land use instead of the land cover, which can be easily identified from the spectral signature from remote sensing data. So in order to identify the type of the land use, which distinguish one building from a different building in terms of the use of that building, we need to gather as much information as possible regarding the surrounding patterns and context. So in order to do this task, the sophisticated and the advanced methods such as deep learning is essential. So we have implemented this deep learning based approach to identify the patterns within the satellite imagery. So before we actually go ahead and develop this method, we should have had some base knowledge about the types of the school. So if you actually try to implement this kind of algorithm, I recommend that you actually see and go through the satellite imagery that is provided and see what is the different type of the schools in there. So I'm showing the example from the Colombia project that we had. So you can see, for example, a basketball court in the school territory. And also you can see that there is a strong, clear boundary that distinguishing schools from other settlements. And there's a different trait like a specific type of the shape and the repetitive pattern of the small buildings, which all distinguish school itself from other type of the building. So all combined together, those information actually defines how the schools are identified. So with this information and the knowledge in mind, we continued developing this deep learning-based method. So as you can see in the diagram, we first acquired the types of the satellite imagery and for schools and non-schools. And the focus of this deep learning model was to classifying those satellite imagery tiles into schools and non-school tiles. So we use this satellite imagery and the label pairs and then trained. And once it reaches to the satisfactory accuracy, we use this model to make a prediction for schools and non-school tiles for the satellite imagery gathered throughout the entire country. So once we gathered this classification result, which is a prediction of the school and non-school for this individual satellite image tiles, we work with the professional mappers to go through all the image tiles identified as schools to validate the schools that we are seeing is actual schools. So that was the type of the deep learning algorithm that we have developed. So I'm showing the results out of this model development. So we have tested many different types of the model, but out of all of them, the LesNet 18 with anti-aliased gave a best result. So once we get this some model with the decent accuracy, we were curious where this model was working most efficiently and where it fails comparatively. So the first try that we did is to looking at the accuracy for different regions. For example, we separated the urban and rural region, and then it actually shows a very different accuracy level, showing that the rural area has a much better accuracy. So we continued this experiment relating with the different environmental or socio-economic variables, such as a wellness index with the accuracy of the models. So this is still under development. And finally, I'm showing the result from the Colombia project that we have done previously. So this red dot shows the official data provided by the government, and the yellow dots indicates the 7,000 additional schools identified through the application of the AI algorithms. So this is the similar in terms of the expectation out of this hackathon and the model development in the future. So we are now trying to apply this already developed model to different locations. So in this case, we are trying to apply this on Sudan. So for Sudan, we already have 10,000 school locations provided by the government. But we know that most equivalent numbers of the schools without the knowledge of the location. So we are aiming at develop an algorithm that works as well in Sudan context. And then we would apply this model to the satellite imagery acquired in Sudan and uncover the location of the schools in Sudan. So that's our final goal and expectation from this model development. So thank you for listening. If you have any question, you can reach out to me using this email address. And thanks again for your time. And I hand over the stage to Sahan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Do-hyung. So let me share my screen. Hi, I'm Sahan. Yes, so Do-hyung just mentioned and tackle this problem of, the infrastructural problem around providing education to so I'm affiliated with the Center for Artificial Intelligence at University College London, and I've been working on this project called X5 Gone in the last few years, where we are looking at a different aspect of this problem, where how do we link the mammoth of open educational resources that are scattered around in the internet. How do we take the right material and make it available to the right person at the right time? So that's kind of what we were. In order to do that, what we want to do is, if you can see from this map, hundreds of open educational material repositories or collections that are scattered all over the world. These collections they're very fragmented and they don't talk to each other. So if a person wants to find a set of materials that would allow them to learn something or teach something, they would have to go to multiple of these websites and maneuver them. What we wanted to do was to use artificial intelligence to discover all of these materials that are distributed and try to put them in one collection where we can make sense of these materials and then match them. And to do that, to use content understanding, where we in this material and try to associate them with, for example, things like Wikipedia topics that are humanly intuitive can find out. So without being able to do is, at this point, we have collected about 90,700 materials that are scattered all over the world. And we have compiled them in this data set that we have made it available. Here you can see the URL to the dataset repository where you can find these materials. And what you have in there is you have the title, the content type, which means is it a video, is it a PDF, etc. And then which language this material is from. And we have also extracted keywords based using artificial intelligence out of the content. And we have also associated these materials with Wikipedia concepts, where you can also incorporate the other information that you can make this information search much more richer. Associated what is called an ID in this data set, which you can use to get more information about these materials by querying the API. So for example, in the dataset website, we have outlined details about how to get to the documentation of our API. And in the API, there are specific endpoints where you can put the material ID and you will get a lot of information about this educational material. For example, we only provide the title in the dataset. You can get the description. You can get things like what are the exact transcriptions of a video, for example. So all of this information is available, which can be matched through our data set. And what can we do with this data set? There are various different ways you can use this data set in your hackathon. I mean, our motivation was to provide you the opportunity to do creative things with it. Some of the pointers that we would give to you is, we can try to find the structure of knowledge itself, because in these materials, the Wikipedia concepts, for example, they will occur frequently if these topics are very related to each other. So based on this type of patterns, we can analyze which topics should be put together, which topics are far apart from each other, are there hierarchies in these topics, etc. And then we can also build tools that can help us to enrich these materials better. For example, we can take this data set and make it available to a teacher authoring tool where you can use these materials to create new educational materials easily. Then we can also build tools where humans can easily assess the quality of these materials, which is a very huge problem when it comes to handling thousands or hundreds of thousands of materials. And then we can also think about things that are far more out of the box, like can we network where we encourage people to meet and learn things together. And based on these materials, can we provide materials that are of shared interest to different people to go to a cafe and look at this video and learn about a certain concept? Or can we build games around these materials and, learnings around this material? So there are various things you can do. And once again, the data set is available in the IRCAI GitHub repository. And if I quickly, go through the data set, show you the data set, what we have is, we have a good description about the data set in the GitHub repository. And also it provides some Python code for you to easily load the data set into your computer. And if we look at the data set in general, how it looks like is there are these 6 columns that I mentioned earlier, and where there are multiple keywords or Wikipedia topics, they are separated by 3 pipelines, so you can separate out these collections of keywords. So I hope you find our data set useful, and I look forward to that you build on top of this data set. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We're moving on with our next guest. Salvatore Nigro is the current CEO of Europe's largest provider of entrepreneurship education programs, JA Europe, where he dedicates his energy and passion to preparing young people to succeed in the global economy. He specializes in multi-stakeholder partnerships, workforce development, and entrepreneurship programs. In his 30-minute invited talk, he will delve into the use of artificial intelligence in the classroom in Europe. As you may know, artificial intelligence-based technologies are considered to be able to adapt to each student's level of knowledge, speed of learning, and desired goals in order to make the most out of their education. He will be joined by the members of the team called Lead the Way. So let's just lead the way to our next presentation.
Thank you very much. It is actually an honor for me and for JA Europe to participate again in the DigiEduHack 2021. I do have with me our youth who have gone through our programs and have participated in the various editions of the DigiEduHack, as well as Minna Mellery, which is our Director of Advocacy and Growth of JA Europe. As you correctly say, what is JA Europe? The leading organization in over 40 countries, so above and beyond the European Union, that every year impacts over 4 million young people on what? On entrepreneurship, work readiness, and financial literacy. And how do we do that? Do we do this alone? No. We do this with over 100 teachers and over 90,000 business mentors that every year go into the schools and gives those young people practical, hands-on experience, and really an experience, because it's not only a training, it's actually an experience on how to respond to a challenge, to a business challenge, to a technological challenge, but also on how to create your own business. And I want to thank the European Commission for having believed on JA also this year on this DigiEduHack in stressing the urgent need to digitalize the education in Europe. And over the past 2 days, we organized a couple of challenges across Europe and beyond. The first one was a STEM EduHack that we did with Johnson & Johnson to give young people a real-life challenge to solve the problem, the challenges using their STEM and digital skills. We needed to start when these young people are very young and elicit curiosity into STEM and STEM education. And we had 10 teams from Europe, 9 teams from the Middle East and North Africa, and 1 team also from Africa that came together in solving those challenges. And other EduHackathon that we launched was with and the partnership with Intel, in which yesterday we showcased how we brought AI in the classroom. It was a European youth showcase that gathered policymakers, industry representatives, educators, and youth to discuss on how to enable AI in the European classrooms. So, and I also like to invite all of you to join the hashtag AI for Youth initiative. Now, we saw inspiring examples on how young people, when they're given with the right tool and the right mentoring, are able to leverage technology, and especially with AI, because they don't have a choice anymore. They will need to master AI in the future, and mastering it in a very innovative way. So today, I mean, not a old folk like me, but we do have young people who know more than I do when it comes to AI. And I'm joined by first a team from Portugal, as you correctly said at the beginning. I lead the way, actually, he is leading the way using AI for visual identification. Let me check if we have Leonardo Ramos already connected with us. Leonardo?
Yes, I am here. Hello.
All right, Leonardo. So why don't you tell us a little bit the great innovation that you have out there? How easy was it for you to create this AI solution in an entrepreneurial way? And what kind of problems you actually faced in the business creation? What was also your biggest learning from this?
Okay, so in an entrepreneurial way, we wanted something that was useful, of course. We wanted something that was unique. We searched a lot. We saw a lot of projects. Everybody was doing almost the same thing, and we wanted something different. So we started to look, and we started to think, what problems do people have, and who could we help with something? And suddenly it came to mind blind people and people with visual impairment. And me and my team decided, okay, let's grab that and grab which is the most common thing to do in Python, which is object detection. And so we did that. And then we built a trigger to detect the output on the screen that then outputs it as audio. And that's where we help people with visual impairment. When they trigger a button, they will get whatever is in front of them on the camera. The idea of the project is to implement our software into smart glasses so that it can be carried anywhere, and that the person can walk outside and stimulate their brain to see what's around, kind of bringing equity to them, to us.
Isn't it amazing? So you saw a challenge out there, right? You saw the challenge, you
Yes,
say,
yes.
okay, I can put my tech skills and my entrepreneurial skills together. We can do that in solving really a societal problem. But what was the biggest learning from you in this project? How do you putting it together in this experience also with JA?
Definitely it was challenging to get everything to work together, because we did everything piece by piece. We split it by everyone on the team, and then we try to put it together. It was not working. So it was a bit of a struggle. Then we had to learn the new libraries. We used ImageAI, for example. We had to learn a lot because we never worked with this. And we also learned that whatever we were trying to do was mainly already in the libraries, and it would be much easier.
Indeed. Well, you need to teach me a few of those things because when you told me about Python and stuff, I say I was using coding in BASIC late in the 80s. So I see that it has gone very, very far away from there. What is your biggest ambition? Let me ask you this. What's your really ambition here? Where do you want to get?
We want to change people's lives. The goal for our project is really to give a new light to visually impaired people, because I could not imagine my life being blind. I would probably be okay if I one day got deaf or something, but being blind I can't imagine. Not seeing the world, not seeing life, color, so many beautiful things to see in the world and people, and we want to bring something that could make it a bit better and stimulate the brain so that they can imagine what's in front of them. It will be something great because we want to help people with real problems.
And what can have an impact that this can have on society. I'm so glad that this new generation is really talking about societal issues, talking about diversity, talking about inclusion. So entrepreneurship linked to that. But so from Portugal, I'll get back to you if we have some times later, Leonardo, but I like to, from Portugal, moving also to another European countries in the middle of the Mediterranean. So I'm going to Cyprus. Cyprus were a Luto Diagnostic. I remember also them participating in our competitions at JA, and we have with us Giorgos Pafitis and Eleni Tovretian. I hope I pronounced that well. Can you tell us a little bit more how your business uses, what is it first, and how it uses artificial intelligence?
Yes, thank you very much, Salvatore. You pronounce everything right, except the name, Elefthod Diagnostics. But,
Diagnostic, okay.
Yes.
There I
am. We're gonna have a PowerPoint for you just to follow even better.
Sounds perfect.
All right. So hello, I am Eleni Tovretian, and with my colleague George Pafiti, we are here to present to you Elefthod Diagnostics. For us, entrepreneurship is about helping society. Did you know that gynecologists experience difficulty in accurately predicting preterm labor? Did you also know that every year 1 million children die due to preterm labor complications? Children born prematurely may face lifelong complications. The existing tools and methods on the market are invasive and not very reliable. In one sentence, we can say that Elefthod Diagnostics provides the medical diagnostics tools to gynecologists for predicting preterm labor. George now will tell you more about the technical part.
Elefthod Diagnostics is a diagnostics tool provider that aims to help gynecologists predict preterm labor using EEG signals with the aid of artificial intelligence. The gynecologist will collect the signals from the EEG sensors, upload them to our platform, and receive a prediction. Elefthod is accurate, non-invasive, and cost-effective. We already have a working prototype with 83% accuracy. And our main competitive advantage is the state-of-the-art results of our machine learning algorithm. Elefthod was established in 2021. And we're expecting to launch our product after 2 years. In the meantime, we're conducting market research and also we're improving the stability and accuracy of our algorithm. And by 2026, we're expecting to expand across Europe and also to launch our wearable device that will collect signals during the whole period of pregnancy.
To achieve something good, we need a good team, and our team consists of Panagiotis, George, Rafael, and Eleni, with studies in business, computer, and electrical engineering. We are also supported by 2 gynecologists, 1 neonatologist, 1 electronics engineering professor, and 1 business mentor. And finally, our vision is to help doctors reduce infant mortality. Thank you very much for your attention. And we have a small video for you to see.
Every year, 1 million children die due to preterm labor complications. Elefthod Diagnostics is here to help with this issue. We provide gynecologists a safe, accurate, and non-invasive tool that predicts preterm labor. With Elefthod Diagnostics, gynecologists can now have this crucial information to give beneficial advice and prevent complications.
Elefthod Diagnostics indicates an innovative change in the medical world.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Elefthod Diagnostic, and I also know that Elefthod Diagnostic won the Digital Innovation Award of Avanade this year, which is the tech partner of Gen E, which is the largest European entrepreneurship festival. It also takes place next year on 2022. And obviously we invite all of you to be there with us. We are talking, Giorgos, on the best way to teach young people about AI in class. I mean, this is one of the discussion that we we are having, also JA. How can we, it's theory, it's practical, how can we spread the knowledge of AI amongst the European youth?
In general, artificial intelligence and its background theory is a complex subject, even for graduate students. I think the most proper way of teaching AI at schools is by first learning and understanding the basic principles of AI, for example, what AI is, and then expanding on the subject by demonstrating real-world applications of AI in different sectors, like healthcare domain, energy systems, and examples from our everyday life, like search engines and home assistants. Once the students have a solid understanding of what AI is, may we introduce basic programming projects that will help them develop more practical skills and a more comprehensive view about AI. And last but not least, we have to inform the youth about the huge career opportunities in this field. The demand for data scientists and AI engineers is very high, and it's exponentially growing every year. I think by doing this, we can spread the knowledge of AI amongst the European youth and attract more young people to be engaged in this field.
Well, thank you. And I see that we are also joined by some other team members of I Lead the Way. So we have Leonardo, we have Ivo, we have Mauro, and Eleni also. Any of you would like to give us some advice? No, because old folks like me, we also talk about young people, but we really want to hear from the young people. How can we engage and make them excited about AI? Any of you has a particular suggestion on how to make it there?
Ooh, that's a hard question, actually. And that's a good question, honestly, because I feel like people my age don't really feel connected to many things. They quit very easily, which is a bit sad. But a project like this, where it has a real problem and it's captivating, I believe it's something they can keep interest on, giving them real problems instead of pattern problems where they can find anything online, things that make them work, search, and something that shows them results. It was really exciting to do something that was showing results and that we were making work and that we know we could help someone save their life. For example, detecting a knife in front of them that could fall.
Indeed. So tough questions, but that's why we throw that as a challenge, as a EduHack. It's really the challenge. How can we engage more and more young people? And while the others are thinking, because I'm not going just to get out of here just with one suggestion, while the others are thinking, we have here our Director of Advocacy and Growth, Minna Melleri. And Minna, we have been working in the past 2 days with Johnson & Johnson, with Intel, with our tech partner Avanade, and with the European Commission, with the European Parliament, with UNESCO, with so many other partners from the public and the private. But really, Minna, how can policymakers can support initiatives like this even more?
Thank you, Salvatore, for the question. I think what came out from our AI in the classroom session yesterday with Intel and with a member of European Parliament, Victor Negrescu, and also the European Commission representative from the cabinet of the Commissioner Gabriel, was that we really need to scale these kinds of pilot initiatives. So what we see in the young people that are here today is really not only using AI in everyday life like we are all using, the next generation, we use it, but to use it in a business, to use it to solve a problem. And we have a few amazing cases that we have heard today, but the key question is really how can we make sure that most young Europeans would have these kinds of opportunities, and that was what was discussed yesterday. The policymakers need to create the right framework. They need to facilitate and fund these kind of initiatives, and we also need a private sector funding. So we need companies and we need the investors to come on board and really together scale these entrepreneurial and technology initiatives that would include AI. And entrepreneurship education is really a great way to to blend those experiences in the classroom. So you got the technology, AI, and you test it, you use it in an entrepreneurship way. So you create a business in that sector. So all the stakeholders need to come together and play their role. And the policymakers specifically, I think, can really facilitate both at the European and at the national level the process by really creating the framework and ensuring access to these programs in the classrooms all over Europe.
And you rightly say that at the European level and also at the national level. NJA in Europe works in more than 40 countries. I see here that we are joined by Bruno Ramos, which is from JA in Portugal. And in our network, also Portugal is leading the way on incorporating AI in many of our programs. Bruno, what are the main challenges, or what is the excitement that you are seeing from the young people over there in Portugal? We heard from I Lead the Way, but is this a common pattern in this case, this level of excitement?
Salvatore, yes, it is, and we see that in some other projects and programs that we run. There is an increased interest in the subject. I think the most important part, the public are interested, but they really don't know where to get the right content. So these kind of solutions, developed specific projects in the classroom, it's, I think, the first step to start this engagement. But like Mina was saying, we need to follow up on that curiosity of the public. Also some teachers, not only the students, but also some teachers, not from this specific area, but because they want to help their students delivering better projects, digital and in the AI specific area. So I think we need to develop this kind of projects in the middle of the complexity, not too advanced, but not so basic. And yes, the policymakers are one of the most important aspects in the middle of this. We need them in order to spread the word and reach everyone in the country. And I speak for Portugal, but I think also some other countries in Europe. Yeah.
So let me go a little bit more here into the details, and also trying to see about groups and about, first of all, it's not all young people have the opportunities to learn. There is a significant digital gap across Europe and in many countries. So we definitely need to focus on those young people that have limited opportunities in order to make sure that they do not go out of what will become mainstream programs. On the other side, well, here we have Eleni. And Eleni, convincing young ladies to study STEM or to work on AI, is it a little bit more difficult? And why were you so interested into that? You know, I have a 3-year-old little daughter, and I want that she's passionate about AI, passionate about STEM in the years to come.
Okay, another great question, of course. And yes, it's difficult to convince young people, especially young ladies, to be a part of the STEM. But, you know, with feminism, we are going very good in these years. And I am very proud of all the young ladies that I see achieving things in the AI, in the STEM field. For me, what made me very interested is the fact that I wanted to help. I wanted to feel useful. You know, this feeling inside me, it's what keeps me going. I want to feel useful in the world.
And you are definitely doing great. You are definitely doing great. Anyone else has any suggestion for us at JA on how to engage more and more? I mean, we also want to be and a more fun organization, an exciting organization to bring young people study more technology, study more AI. So we count on all of you to be our ambassadors out there. Any final words from any of you? Raise your hands.
May I, sorry?
Bruno.
Yes, just one last word for the teachers, if they are listening, I think so. They are really important in all of this. So the work that Leonardo and the other colleagues, Ali Dway, showed today, it's really possible because we have amazing teachers, extremely good coaches, and everyone involved in the project. So special thanks to them as well.
Indeed. As I said at the beginning, we work in Europe with over 100,000 teachers. It's one of the largest organizations, not only in impacting youth, but also on bringing together the teachers that are and really engaged in our program, that are leaving our program, that are really our ambassadors. So I know we have a few minutes to go here. And I've learned a lot throughout this DigiEduHack. The first thing is that we all, as Europeans, have this pride, duty, and responsibility to make sure that what we have seen over the past 2 days during the DigiEduHack will spread more at all levels, at the local level, at the regional level, at the national level, and as a whole at the European level. I also learned that you can have a great product and a great idea and be so innovative using AI, but at the same time, you also need to develop your business skills. And how do you transform really this that can be only a product or a service into a sustainable, meaningful, impactful business that is going to be good for you? And in the cases that we saw, both Lead the Way and Eletto Diagnostic, impacting society in a very positive way. But I also learned that there are many challenges out there, and many challenges that are related to lack of resources yet, siloed initiatives, because everybody is believing that can do it. Many people can believe it, or many organizations can believe it, if they are doing it alone. When we instead bring partners together, as we did it in private and public and youth over the past 2 days, we are able to make a significant initiative and a significant impact. Last but not least, and I'm very proud to have this conversation with all of those young people, is that nurture my passion, fuels my energy, and really is a rewarding, because we need hopes. And the hope that those young people today in this panel has brought to me is that this generation is innovative, is creative, and is thinking very much on also to impact society in a very positive way. So I want to thank all of you. I want to go back to our main stage out there, and it has been a tremendous pleasure and a tremendous thank you to the European Commission for having organized the DigiEduHack this year.
Thank you very much, Salvatore. Thank you, and all members of Lead the Way team that were present. Best wishes to everyone, and we continue with our DigiEduHack 2021 main stage event. Let me introduce you now to two members of the steering committee, the group of advisors helping us in designing the event. They will give us an overview of what happened in the last 2 days. But I could do it myself, but they'll probably do it much better. Ariana Blažić is a teacher trainer, curriculum developer, and instructional designer. She's a co-author of the Croatian National Curriculum for English Language, teaching and the Croatian national curriculum for the use of ICT as a cross-curricular topic. Ariana is a recipient of the 2014-15 Hubert H. Humphrey Fellowship Award at Penn State University. She works as an external expert for EU Code Week, where she develops teaching and learning resources and teacher training opportunities that aim at scaling up innovative use of digital technologies in schools. She serves on the advisory board for driving K-12 innovation and on the steering group for the Digital Education Hackathon, an EIT initiative under the European Commission's Digital Education Action Plan. Bart Verswevel is an educator who was a Dutch teacher in a Belgian secondary school for about 30 years. Since March 2012, Bart has worked for European SchoolNet as a pedagogical advisor and has been involved in several projects like the Future Classroom Lab, iTech, eTwinning, and Living Schools Lab. So it is my great pleasure to give you our next two guests who will overview the happenings of the past 48 hours.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure for us as members of the DigiEduHack steering group to be on the stage. Do you agree with me, Bart? We can't hear you.
Oh, sorry, I was muted.
But we are face to face.
Oh, really? That's great. We're both in Ljubljana. Lovely. After such a long period, we are face to face again. And yeah, indeed, it was a pleasure for me to join this main stage event the previous days and be able to enjoy this amazing lineup of speakers, not only present here, but also calling in remotely. Now, for me, it's the second time I joined the activities of the steering group, but Ariana, you have been taking part from the very start, haven't you?
That's true. I had a huge honor to take part in the 3 editions of DigiEduHack. And can you imagine, all 3 have been organized in a different format. Back in 2019, we started with an on-site version in Helsinki. Then last year, we had a fully remote edition from Berlin. And this year, we are here having a hybrid version with some people like us present here in Ljubljana and many connecting digitally.
Yeah, we can say that the way the hackathon adapted to the changed context is similar to what all educators in the field have been doing over the past period due to the pandemic. Teachers and schools have shown again their resilience and their capabilities to be flexible and resourceful.
Well, I think that adapting to unprecedented realities is something that fits perfectly with the ideas of a hackathon.
Yeah, indeed. Now let's go back to the 2 days of this main stage event. What we have seen here matches in many ways with the hackathons taking place locally on different places in the world. A very important aspect of a hackathon is that it brings together different stakeholders. When you want to mainstream innovation, you need to hear the voices of everybody involved, and this is what happened. So over the past days, we could listen to the voices of policymakers, governments, the academic world, and teachers, and also to pupils and students. And maybe these are the most important voices to listen to. I would also like to quote Commissioner Gabriel, who was with us, and she rightly stated that building a community is an essential component of innovation.
Yes, indeed. Community is a very important part of DigiEduHack. And did you know that we've had more than 2,000 participants from 38 countries? I'm also happy to say that more than half of them are women. During the past 2 days, we have been in touch with some of the teams from different parts of the world. We have crossed the entire world and we have been time jumping as well. How cool is that?
It was indeed. So we had participants from a wide range of backgrounds. They came from different types of schools, institutes, enterprises, and other communities.
We also have a wide age range of participants. One of the highlights for me was the connection we made with a kindergarten class from Belgium. We had a group of kids as young as 5 working on a challenge and collaboratively contributing to building a sustainable future. Can you imagine?
Indeed, it was really, really impressive. So we can rightly say that the DigiEduHack is really a celebration of lifelong learning, don't you think?
Yeah, I agree. For me, I mean, lifelong learning is definitely a skill that we all need nowadays. But I would also like to add that DigiEduHack is about learning by doing as well. It's about creating, and actually more than just creating, it's about co-creating. Co-creation by different stakeholders, be it young, old, experienced, also those who are new to this type of learning and solving challenges. But what they have in common, what they all have in common is that they are all doers, they are forward thinkers, they are change makers. They are people who want to co-create a more sustainable world in digital education. So it's really amazing to see how real educational problems have been solved over the past days collaboratively.
Indeed, and it is also fantastic to see how grassroots events like hackathons are more and more valued, also by governments and policymakers. We also see that these types of active learning find their way to schools where project work replaces the traditional transmission of knowledge. And we all know society needs critical and creative thinkers and problem solvers. A hackathon may look at first sight a bit chaotic. It is messy, energetic learning, but very powerful in the end. Sometimes the best ideas come out of chaos. And I would also like to add that taking part and being involved is at least as important as coming up with a winning solution. Participants in hackathons are all winners as far as their development is concerned.
Yeah, that's true. I agree. And I think that you described very nicely what learning is like. So it is messy, it is energetic, and sometimes it is very chaotic. And I think this type of learning contributes to more creative and innovative solutions. So we've talked about different topics over the past 2 days. For example, we discussed the role and the impact of digitalization in education. And we've seen how digital technology can be used effectively to enhance different aspects of the teaching and the learning process. One of my favorite topics here was artificial intelligence. We've heard from our guest speakers and panelists about the benefits and potentials of artificial intelligence. But at the same time, we explored some ethical concerns of AI, some potential challenges of AI, including bias, discrimination, transparency, accountability, and privacy. These challenges are even more relevant in education. So I believe it is important to raise awareness of the challenges and also of harm, potential harm that AI can cause, so that all the teachers, all the students, but also parents understand AI, that they understand what AI is, how it works, how it operates, so that we can use it in the best possible way and for common good.
You're quite right. It was also great to see that many challenges of the hackathon cover, for instance, the theme of inclusion and how digitalization can offer solutions for this.
Well, yes, indeed. We have many different issues, many different real-world challenges have been explored in the hackathons. And I must say that I've been impressed with the hardworking, but also very creative hacking teams from all over the world. And on behalf of the steering group, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the participants for their commitment, creativity, and innovation.
So this main stage event will soon come to an end, but this is not the end of the process. First of all, we would like to recommend the podcast series of the DigiEduHack that will continue after this event. And you can find the links on the website, or you will see the info on social media.
And for the participants, the journey continues. Different teams will submit their solutions on the website, and it will be time for the judges to come into action. And then hopefully hacking teams will make it to the shortlist for the public voting. So stay tuned.
And then there's the prize, 3 times 5,000 euros to take the winning ideas a step further in their development.
We are looking forward to all the solutions by all the teams.
Yeah, Ariana, I have a question for you. Do you have a favorite? Which of the solutions will win according to you?
Well, I think it's a very difficult question, but okay, I'll tell you. Well, my favorite.
Oops, Ariana seems to be frozen. Maybe we need to switch off our cameras to save the bandwidth for next year.
See you next time, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
EduHack 2021. Due to a slight change in our program, we will be taking coffee break now, and then we'll meet in 30 minutes for the last call in. We have some special guests, and for the last rundown on the happening and last speeches in the official part of this year's DigiEduHack. So everyone, please take 30 minutes off, and see you at 1/2 whatever hour just started in your time zone right now. See you.
With love and passion, Slovenia is making its mark on world gastronomy. An astonishing 6 chefs were awarded Michelin stars in our first year. From a heart of rebellion to the world's best female chef. From a chef who fashions fish into art. To a skateboarder chef whose creativity ignites when the best local meats strike the grill. From a maestro of red corn and mountain traditions. To a visionary whose mind-altering beef soup stirs memories of childhood. Our cellars yield some of the world's best biodynamic wine. Our famous wind, the Buria, rises from the Adriatic and tumbles toward the Alps. Our forests and fields offer up gifts, and our foragers know how to find them. So when guests come to these finest restaurants, they have a feeling that they've come home. In a land that conjures images of fairies and dragons, meet innovation and ingenuity. We work with nature, and we do so sustainably, the right way. From our back garden to our kitchen to your table, we show our love through cooking, of our land, of nature, of our guests. You can't spell Slovenia without love. Your plate awaits.
These rivers and streams taught me to dream. The mountains and trees are comforting me. I've tasted the world, but nothing is sweet as all our memories. You're my haven, always there to pick me up when I need to be whole again. There's nothing quite like you, rivers and skies so blue. So I keep coming back to you. Shy and so beautiful, you never leave me cold. So I keep coming back to you. The songs in the caves bring back the heartache. I know how I miss the wine from the hills. Bonfires lit, pour me a drink, love. Let's dream away. You're my haven, always there to pick me up when I need to be whole again. There's nothing quite like you, rivers and skies so blue. So I keep coming back to you. Shy and so beautiful, you never leave me cold. So I keep coming back to you. Back to you.
With love and passion, Slovenia is making its mark on world gastronomy. An astonishing 6 chefs were awarded Michelin stars in our first year. From a heart of rebellion to the world's best female chef. From a chef who fashions fish into art. To a skateboarder chef whose creativity ignites when the best local meats strike the grill. From a maestro of red corn and mountain traditions. To a visionary whose mind-altering beef soup stirs memories of childhood. Our cellars yield some of the world's best biodynamic wine. Our famous wind, the Buria, rises from the Adriatic and tumbles toward the Alps. Our forests and fields offer up gifts, and our foragers know how to find them. So when guests come to these finest restaurants, they have a feeling that they've come home. In a land that conjures images of fairies and dragons, meet innovation and ingenuity. We work with nature, and we do so sustainably, the right way. From our back garden to our kitchen to your table, we show our love through cooking of our land, of nature, of our guests. You can't spell Slovenia without love. Your plate awaits.
IRCAI, the International Research Center on Artificial Intelligence, was founded under the auspices of UNESCO by the government of the Republic of Slovenia. Its headquarters are at the Jožef Stefan Institute in Ljubljana, Slovenia.
UNESCO has more than 100 such centers where knowledge is produced and shared with the rest of the world. However, to date, none of them have dealt specifically with the issue of artificial intelligence. Thanks to IRCAI, we now have the support of an entire team that I'd like to thank, and who are mobilizing their diverse skills to make the most of artificial intelligence by ensuring it serves the common good.
How can an initiative such as IRCAI achieve maximum impact? We believe that this will be through developing a collaborating partnership with researchers and practitioners excited and committed to creating effective solutions for the key challenges of our age, as captured in the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. It is a huge honor to tackle some of the thorniest challenges of our age, be they in global health, climate change, or the influence of fake news. The stakes could not be higher, and the perfect storm of challenges more pressing. Slovenia has made many important contributions in the development of artificial intelligence, from early pioneers of the field to the implementation of large-scale AI systems.
IRCAI operates within an ecosystem of AI players across different research departments at the Jožef Stefan Institute, non-profits such as the Knowledge for All Foundation, and a number of startups between London and Ljubljana. The IRCAI mission covers education, research to implementation, and policy input, showcasing unbiased, rigorous, and comprehensive dialogue for policymakers, researchers, journalists, executives, and the general public to develop a deeper understanding of the complex field of artificial intelligence.
The Center has made decisive contributions to a new standard-setting instrument being prepared by UNESCO on the ethics of artificial intelligence. We have drafted a text underlining the need to develop AI in a way that respects our values and our rights. A text that addresses the social and gender biases sometimes embedded in algorithms.
IRCAI has started a top 100 study to unearth the amazing work being done by AI colleagues everywhere. It has also built mechanisms for researchers, policymakers, industry, and venture capital to join our global network of AI Excellence Center, addressing the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. IRCAI is also seeking partnerships with international organizations, governments, companies, NGOs, universities, research institutes, AI consortiums, and government agencies around the world to become a coordination point, funding route, and exploitation accelerator to ensure that artificial intelligence is used for the common good. Join our exciting journey to the future.
hello, everyone all around the world. We're in the last leg of the DigiEduHack 2021 main stage event here in Ljubljana, Slovenia. And we have the last call-in to one of the locations of our hackathons, and we're going just across the border to the west, to Italy, where Simona is waiting for us. Hello, Simona.
Hi, everyone. A pleasure to be here again on main
Just a second.
stage.
I think we have to unmute you. It's on our side. Okay, now we can hear you. Hello.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here back on the main stage, just in another country. Last year was Berlin, and this time we have Ljubljana. So thank you, and congratulations to all.
Thank you. Thank you. So this year it was a bit closer. You didn't have to travel so far.
Exactly.
So, Simona, can you tell us what you were talking about? What were the challenges that you tried to hack?
Yes, of course. So our DigiEduHack for the 3rd edition is called DigiEduHack Goes Circular. So we're talking about the transition towards a circular economy, and particularly related to the food industry, thanks to the precious support of EIT Food. This year we took a slightly different approach in designing our challenges. So in the past 2 years, we were giving quite broad challenges to our participants. And this year we collaborated with some startups in our network to co-create the challenges with them. So today here with us, we have 3 representatives of the 3 challenges that we launched this year. The first one related to food waste and education. The second one more related on how to involve more people in the transition towards a circular economy. Perhaps people are not yet interested or involved in this transition. And the third one that is all about gaming and leveraging digital games for a circular economy transition.
Oh, thank you. So can we also hear from the participants to hear what are their thoughts, what are their solutions? And because I don't have it written down, but I know you're calling in from all over the world. If you can also just tell us where are you calling from, and I hope everybody is still in good shape and has a lot of energy, although I think the time zones might be drastically different.
Sure. Would it be all right if I went first?
Yeah, sure. You're welcome.
Yeah. Hi there. My name is Crystal, and I'm part of a team that is based in Turin, Italy. And we have been working on solving the challenge of education, of sustainability and the circular economy. So that's what we've been working on for the last 2 days. And we're still pretty pumped about it. So we're excited to be here.
Okay, thank you. So can you share maybe some ideas that you've developed, or are you waiting for the big reveal at the end?
Well, no, I could definitely get started on that. Just to give you a little teaser, what we have come up with is actually an app that will attract the younger generation. So basically high school students. And what we're looking to do is to raise awareness and education of the sustainability problem and the circular economy. And our app is going to be very entertaining. It's going to provide quality content, and it's going to create a community with these high school students who are the future generation in it as well.
Thank you very much. And maybe we just continue in the clockwise direction.
Yeah, so hello everybody, I'm Emeric and I'm from France. I've been working on the challenge with my team in Turin as well. So our subject was about how to educate future generation on to have a better food waste management. And so we also came up with an app actually, but our main target is families. So we really want to bring family together in order to educate future generation on food waste management.
And how do you think, how soon will be possible to spread this awareness among people?
You know what, we hope really soon, because it's a really big problem in our current society. And that's why I'll talk to you about it a bit later, about the target we've identified, the country where we can launch that app, because there is a lot of work to do there.
Okay, thank you very much to France. And our last guest comes from...
Hello, everyone. My name is Gustavo, and I'm from Peru, but I'm also based in Turin, in Italy. And our challenge is basically linking gamification and educating people with the concept of circular economy. So we also want to develop an app, but instead of a usual app, we want to develop a gaming app that is available for young people, especially young kids and young adults, who can play this game freely. But if they want to keep progressing along this game, they have to do special challenges to get virtual coins. And we want them to get these virtual coins through real life tasks that involve the circular economy, such as reducing waste, cleaning their local communities, and raising awareness of the concept of circular economy. And we want to basically be focused more on developing countries.
Oh, great. Thank you very much to all of you for presentation. Maybe Simona, do you have any closing thoughts for everyone involved in DigiEduHack 2021?
Yes, of course, it's been a pleasure to be hacking with all of these people. Of course, here we have some representation of the fact that our DigiEduHack was very diverse, also in terms of countries from our participants. So we have here, for example, Malaysia, France, and Peru, but we had so many more, and we also had the chance to connect with some other editions of the DigiEduHack to really have a broader perspective on this event, and it's been great for the third year in a row. So we're very proud of our teams, and actually we say hi to everyone following us because we are actually in the middle of our pitching session. So we'll go back there and we'll see also who's going to be the winner of our 10 teams.
Thank you very much. Have a great pitch, and also, just keeping fingers crossed that all your apps and all the goals that you've set yourself come to fruition.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and
thank you for having us.
See you soon.
See you. Thank you. So goodbye to Italy.
Bye-bye.
Italy, and France. And now, in our final session, we have pulled together 3 speakers that have made this event a success. Let's have a last round with our colleagues from the European Commission, IRCAI, and the Ministry of Education of Slovenia. But before they get a chance to sit here and to speak to you, let's watch a short clip. all around the world. Hello, all participants of the DigiEduHack 2021. This is our last calling in from the main stage in Ljubljana, and we have some special guests who have prepared some closing thoughts on the events, on the challenges that we have seen in the past 2 days, and of all the things that those challenges will amount to in future. First, we have Georgi Dimitrov, who is responsible for the newly created unit Digital Education in the European Commission, Directorate General for Education and Culture. He joined the European Commission in 2008 and was first involved in various roles in setting up the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, that's EIT. He then helped to develop and launch Innovate, an initiative by the European Commission and the OECD aimed at supporting universities to become more entrepreneurial. He led the development of the first Digital Education Action Plan adopted in January 2018, and also of the new Digital Education Action Plan 2021-27 that was adopted in September 2020. Before joining the Commission, Georgi worked for a leading multinational telecommunication company and in a software startup in Germany. Georgi studied at the University of Bonn, the University of Erlangen-Nuremberg, and the Open University UK. So the stage, the screen, the mic is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction. Hi, everyone. Hello, world. So good afternoon. And let me start that it's a great pleasure for me to be, for the second time now, closing this Digital Education Hackathon, or DigiEduHack. And I have had the opportunity, and I'm still having the opportunity to be here in Ljubljana. So I'm on stage, as you said. And it's great. It's great to be with people around, and of course with everyone who is out there in those 30 plus countries. With those different sessions, I've been watching some of the co-ins sessions, and it's great. It's a lot of enthusiasm. So thanks a lot for that. I have to say I'm very inspired by the spirit that I'm seeing, cooperation and innovation, and I would like to share a couple of thoughts on that, and perhaps take this a little bit further. So let me say that we are running together with our partners, and I'll come back to that point, because without partners, you cannot do anything. Actually, we are running this now for a third consecutive year. And I think that we are now looking to something which is becoming more of an event, more than an event. It's becoming a bit of a community. It's spreading the spirit and the word out. And it's something that we would like to refer to as a global movement. And it's very important to use that momentum. And we are seeing that we can together redefine questions around learning. We can hack, we can innovate together, and we can be creative in groups and with our teams. And we can actually contribute to a little bit, more innovative way of learning, as someone was saying here. So today is the third edition of the hackathon. And let me just say that the Digital Education Action Plan that you mentioned has a lot of actions, but this one is the only one who is really involving the users directly. And for a European Commission, this is not a small feat. So we're very proud, because we are normally quite far away, or we are perceived to be quite far away. Actually, we're not so far. We're just in Brussels. But the hackathon is really like the beating heart of the action plan. So you are all wondering, of course, what is in for me. And of course, the main point that you can get out of the hackathon is the awards. The Digital Education Hackathon Global Awards is the prize that those of you that would win would receive. The process will be that the organizing team, the steering group, will be identifying the finalists. There would be 10 or 12 teams roundabout. And then this year, we're going to pay extra attention to the question of sustainability. As you know, this is part of the topic this year. The award is equal to 5,000 euros. So it's a check, it's cash. And those of you that win would also be digital education ambassadors. So you're going to be also receiving the award by the European Commissioner for, and let me get that right, Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth, Miss Maria Gabriel. So therefore, I really strongly encourage you, local hosts, to submit the local solutions to the DigiEduHack website, because without that, of course, there is no chance to win. And then you can run. And I wish you best of luck. Just going forward, before we conclude, let me say that we are very convinced that this is a success story and it would continue to grow. We see a lot of stakeholder and citizen engagement, lots of pupils and students really engaging in the process. But we would not be, let's say, in the digital education domain if we don't think about how to even make it even better. And I think in the third year, we're seeing a little bit of a proof of concept, if I can put it like that. And the question going in the future would be how to even improve it. And we will pay attention in the next year on two specific points. One is we really believe that we can scale this hackathon further so that it reaches many, many more people, because the world is very, very big. And it's a very important thing to engage people directly. And the second is we would like to see how we can have more impact of those winning solutions so that they perhaps reach some sort of maturity faster, and then they can have impact even more than so far in the first, let's say, years. So proof of concept, we're trying to stay true to the terminology. And let me also mention that we want to link this to our new digital education hub that will be launching early next year. So that was most of it, but actually the most important part comes now. So I really want to thank the EIT community, and particularly the EIT Climate Kick and Auto University, who have been with us around since the very beginning. The teams are here. You cannot see them because they're not on stage, but they would deserve to be on stage. So thank you very much for this cooperation and excellent support. The Slovenian presidency of the European Union for hosting the main stage event. Really warm thank you to John and his team, to Irkai for the coordination of the main stage event in this very high quality manner, to bring different speakers together to make this whole thing work. I mean, there are lots of people here that you cannot see, but they're really working hard. And the members of the steering group that have been supporting us and that would support us, all hosts and participants from more than 30 countries. And last but not least, my team from the European Commission, who have done a fantastic job, who are also part of this exercise. So thank you, and see you very, very soon.
Thank you very much for those words. And of course, what we must say is don't forget to send your solutions to the website, yeah, so that we get them in the end. And now we continue with Igor Pesek. He has been an assistant professor at the Faculty of Natural Sciences and Mathematics, University of Maribor since 2009. He teaches programming algorithms to future mathematicians and e-teaching methods to future science teachers. In the last few years, Pesek has been involved in large-scale e-learning projects such as and e-Šolstvo. He has co-authored 10 original scientific papers, 17 published scientific conference contributions, and numerous other publications. So since he's from Maribor, we will have to get him in the digital form. It's so far, far away.
Dear participants, it's an honor to be on closing ceremony of Slovenian Hackathon and also global DigiEdu Hackathon. I'm joining today via video because I'm traveling, but yesterday I was present at the opening ceremony of the DigiEdu Hackathon, and also I was looking at the streaming videos that you connected to the Reset Edu conference in Slovenia. And I have to admit that I was impressed by the enthusiasm and energy that you showed. I know hackathons as participant, as a member of group, and also as a mentor. And I have to admit that I'm very fond of this way of finding solutions to the answers and challenges. When you have been creatively finding solutions in a group together with your friends and colleagues, and when you have a breakthrough, the feeling is fantastic. On the other hand, digital education has a lot of challenges. Some of them you try to solve in these 2 days. Now, our job as ministry and colleagues on other ministries is to look at your solutions and try to implement them in our educational systems. Slovenia is boldly embarking on digitalization of education. We are preparing our own digital education action plan that we are working on for several months now, and it's a follow-up to European Digital Education Action Plan. and it's not quite finalized yet, so we can use your proposals, solutions, answers to also include them in our digital education action plan. But now it has become clear that such transformation and transition of digital education is not easy, and we have to address a lot of different aspects. We have to address infrastructure. We need equipment. We need connectivity. We have to address content. We need very good and quality educational content. Here we can also use open educational resources. We need curriculum reform. We cannot teach new technologies and skills on old way. And we need teachers and head teachers to be on this path of digitalization. Without them, there will be no success. All the things that I listed here will be introduced in Slovenia in next 5 years through various mechanisms such as RRF and others. Now, let me thank you all for the energy, for the enthusiasm, for the solutions that you showed, and active participation also, and wish you all the best on the future endeavors. Bye.
Thank you very much for this video address. And now we move on to our last speaker of the two-day main event. John Shaw Taylor is Professor of Computational Statistics and Machine Learning at University College London. He has helped to drive a fundamental rebirth in the field of machine learning with applications in novel domains, including computer vision, document classification, and applications in biology and medicine, focused on brain scan, immunity, and proteome analysis. He has published over 250 papers and 2 books that have together attracted over 80,000 citations. He has also been instrumental in assembling a series of influential European networks of excellence. The scientific coordination of these projects has influenced a generation of researchers and promoted the widespread uptake of machine learning in both science and industry that we are currently witnessing. He was appointed UNESCO Chair of Artificial Intelligence in November 2018 and is the leading trustee of the UK charity Knowledge for All Foundation, promoting open education and helping to establish a network of AI researchers and practitioners in sub-Saharan Africa. He is the director of the International Research Center on Artificial Intelligence, established under the auspices of UNESCO in Ljubljana, Slovenia.
Thank you. And really to say on behalf first of IRCAI, what a privilege it has been to help to organize this amazing event. We've really been so excited to see this come to fruition and to be part of the team that created it. And to thank most especially the European Commission, Georgi, the Ministry of Education, Sport and Culture in Slovenia, and the Aalto University and the EIT Climate Kick, who have been such staunch partners and collaborators on this project, who have been open to the ideas that we have brought to the table and have supported us in so many different ways. And in particular, in the theme of this hackathon in sustainable development, which is very close to our hearts, IRCAI is a center established under the auspices of UNESCO to look at the application of AI to sustainable development. And so we're also very excited to see the other aspect that we brought to the table come to fruition, which is the involvement of actual digital realizations of solutions beyond the design aspects that were perhaps more emphasized in the earlier versions of the hackathon. And part of that has been establishing a data portal that we have done, a GitHub portal under the IRCAI brand, which has received contributions from a number of European projects. So we're extremely grateful to their support in creating those data sets. One of those projects was we were involved in, so of course we're also great to have an opportunity to promote that work and possibly see new solutions and ideas come driven by those data sets that were available. And to say also that we're very excited that this is the first time we have promoted data sets. We'd like to continue to do so. And if partners from across the world are interested in contributing to those with local defined challenges and problems, we will be very excited to be in touch and to link with you and see how we can promote those challenges more broadly through the portal. I would also like to thank, obviously, our team. They've been an amazing dedication in attention to detail in actually bringing such an event to life. And I think, I cannot imagine how many sleepless nights they've had. And I'm just hoping they will recover within a reasonable length of time. But thank you to everyone who's contributed in that way. And finally, thank you to the participants who've made this educational hackathon really so exciting. And the contributions that I've seen throughout the 2 days have just been it's made it all worthwhile to see the activity, the enthusiasm, and we're looking forward to seeing also the results, which, as has been emphasized, you should definitely upload. And we look forward to seeing those solutions and seeing you all again, hopefully next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the closing thoughts. And of course, thank you very much to everyone. We had over 2,000 participants in 71 challenges all over the world. Thank you to everyone who has tuned in from Brussels, from Italy, from Pakistan, from Sri Lanka, to name just a few locations that we've had callers from. Thank you for all the invited speakers who have shared their knowledge and their experience with us. And of course, thank you to all the local organizers of the hackathons, which helped us to make this event, the DigiEduHack 2021, the success it is and that it will be, because you still have to, as we've heard, upload your solutions, and then our steering committee and the members will take a look at that, and then you'll learn who are the finalists and later on who are the winners of this year's DigiHack. You had the chance to listen to previous winners yesterday, and I'm sure that our committee will have a really, really hard job deciding who are the best participants of the hackathon, since we've heard so many great ideas. And that's it from us. Thank you all for joining us. Sorry for slight technical hiccups, which came with the DigiEduHack 2021, but all the technical hiccups were from heart, so you have to forgive us for everything that went wrong with the technology. Have a great time. Thank you for your energy, and don't forget, you can watch all the videos online. If you want to listen to someone, to see someone that you've missed, just go to our page. And that's it until next year. And they said I have to do the really relaxed send off. So goodbye and thank you.